Hello, people. Hello, everyone. Welcome all to our Saturday afternoon live stream, where today we're going to be showcasing the Marlin Celebration 4v4 tournament. But what is the Marlin Celebration 4v4 tournament? You guys remember the Forts Pro League Pixar team? Well, they've added some more members, specifically Marlin. And in celebration of this, they're using that as justification to put together a brand new tournament. And I'm all for it. So ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be seeing something that we don't often see. It's going to be a competitive style 4v4 competition between, well, in celebration of, I should say, in honor of Team Waterworld, the Pixar team, getting their 4th member. I'm looking forward to this. I'm really looking forward to this. Remember to use the bracket command so that you guys can check out the current teams. Though, warning, you may get spoiled if you're staring at it during the match. Just be a couple more minutes of cat herding. I do imagine that cat herding during today's activities will be a little bit more than usual, just because there are more players involved. Hopefully we can manage it quite quickly, but we shall see. Only time will tell. We're looking forward to some particularly large matches here. Particularly exciting matches, as it were. I just love that this is just, oh hey, we're getting a new player as part of the team, so let's have another competition, and the entire Forts community is like, yes! And so they just showed up by the masses to join and for the competitive scene, because that's just how it works. And I'm honored to be able to broadcast this to you guys in all of its joy. We are going to be showcasing these matches in, at least rather, there are other content creators showcasing these matches. I believe Salzberg is live on Twitch. Not sure who else is here. So I think you have the Bombstander, Aska, Salzberg. So I think it's just going to be Salzberg's and I's channel as far as broadcasting is concerned. Oh, Bombstander is also live. Usually it's one or the other. Let's go ahead and swap onto the bracket. Team Waterworld is the Pixar team, so we'll be starting out with Clow & Co. versus Team Waterworld. Moving on to a couple of the other teams down below, as you guys can see. Finally a stream for you to watch. Everything's so quiet today. Ooh. As per usual, for these events, we do have a delay, so it won't be much in the way of banter. We have to wait until after, this event, when we hit our normal stream time for a proper back and forth. Will there be community forts after this? No. Not for at least another week, as I'm still in an arm brace and can't realistically use the mouse.
Just to warn you all, Pete is gonna join just because he's co-casting with me, so I would like you to mute him so you will not hear him and hear me too.
Okay. Sounds good. For those wondering about the voice.
Normalement, Pile, tu peux.
Okay, that is.
Génial.
The second I didn't.
Let's go!
There we go. We have other casters and commentators. I believe Peel is also potentially going to be casting here. So we may see the French streamers come online. For those wondering about the other voices. One thing these players are not lacking is the will to play. Dude, Forts is just a good game. Forts is a very good game. And there's a lot of players you want to play. Who doesn't want to play? Yes. Exactly. Alright, it looks like we're about ready to go into this first match. Clawales and Co. versus Waterworld. Ah. It's funny. So, just as a little bit behind the scenes here, because this is a 4v4, there's not enough room for spectators. So I am not actually in control of the camera this time. And I am instead watching a rebroadcast of the cameraman. So I get to see, oh, that's the wrong one. I get to see them panic as they do things. There we go. But we're off to round 1. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Waterworld. That's Bruce, Dory, Marlin, and Nemo. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. On the right, it is Klaus and company. Butterdog, Cloud, Domi, and Kriegzul. And we're playing on Battleships Extra Large. This is a variation of the Battleships match that you guys know and love, that we regularly play here on the channel. As you can see, it is not high seas, so there is no actual water. It is instead solid floor. Looks like both teams start out with a cannon in front, which is being wielded. Otherwise, the build orders for Battleships Extra Large are similar to that which you're familiar with. You're going to see the turbine block in the rear. Very often those middle cores will be dropped, as you can see on the right-hand side. They're already being swung down to get them out of the way. Ooh, left side cannon comes out victorious. They're out there calling GG. The cannon duel has been decided. Okay. There's a variation in the build order here that we're seeing. The right-hand side is developing swarm missiles. This is fairly common. It's only 3 swarm missiles. Most of the time when you see swarm missiles on this map, it's more like 9. Or almost. I think the minimum I've seen is like 6. 9 is a more common. It's between 6 and 9 usually. But we are seeing 3 here on the right, from the right-hand side. Oh! Bad swing. Team Waterworld loses a core, dropping it on themselves. The damage is not extreme, but it is annoying to have to deal with. In terms of discrepancies in strategy between the teams, left side, Team Waterworld is going for cannons, standard cannons, while right side, that's Clow and company, are going for howitzers. Both teams have their cannons online. So it's only a matter of damage output. Technically, Clow and Co. have a higher potential damage output, but Team Waterworld's... Oh! Team Waterworld is using standard cannon. Oh, that's it? That's massive damage. The howitzers from Cloud managed to break through the defenses of Waterworld and actually break a majority of Team Waterworld's weaponry. About half of their weapons have fallen, and what remain are hard walled off, now no longer defended. Oof. That just tower of power. The howitzers are just digging through Team Waterworld here. Look at that. The sandbags reactively placed in front of the howitzers as the cannons are coming in. Team Waterworld's on a pretty heavy back foot here. Just the howitzers are digging deeper and deeper. Clow and company from the right-hand side are now developing nukes. So Waterworld's about to get ground to dust here. There's the target painted. The nukes. Launch. This may be a celebration tournament for Team Waterworld to in getting their they're getting their fourth player, but it looks like they're getting, well, trial by combat, trial by fire. And there you have it. Team Clow has developed 4 tier 3s, which I believe will be the nail in the coffin. While the howitzers are digging through, Team Waterworld is doing a decent job of defending, and while it's a losing game for them, it's a game that they are playing, and they're still competing nicely against it. But for the tier 3s, Team Waterworld has nothing to defend against those. Certainly nothing aggressive enough to damage them. Oh, that was close. That was very, very close. Oh, look at that. Laser trying to go to the end there. Trying to just go straight to the foundations. Team Waterworld developing some fire beams in an effort to burn the tier 3s out of the sky. Thus far, has not been able to solve the tier 3 problem. Beautiful shotgun. There we go. Oh, and tier 3 taking out 1 fire beam. It's a lot of damage. Alright, so Team Waterworld is now slowly expanding forward. They've managed to partially defend against the howitzers enough that they're actually we're making some progress right up until the howitzers did howitzer things again. It is worth noting that Team Waterworld is pretty heavily relying on magna beam self-destructs to mitigate the howitzer damage, as they're sending the howitzer rounds directly into the ground. Same thing with the nukes, by the way. Ooh, howitzers making it to the back line now too, and the front line. And that's a solid hit into Waterworld's cannon stack. The tier 3s and the howitzers are blasting the fronts of Waterworld's cannon stack. The defenses have held for the moment, but it's deforming and it's not long for this world. Too many more hits like that and it's over. The nuke... Uh-oh, the nuke landed. That's a lot of damage. The cannon stack is fully exposed. Laser goes in, cannon stack collapses. Massive damage. Tier 3 follow-up, and that's the last of them. Waterworld has just lost the entirety of their cannon stack. What's worse is part of that cannon stack collapsed into the foundations, damaging the economy, and uh-oh, the front element has been breached. The anti-laser shields have been brought down, and immediately Team Cloud sends lasers along the foundations. Waterworld just lost about a third of their mines. The tier 3s are penetrating deep, starting to hit the internals of Team Waterworld. Alright, it looks like Waterworld has regained their anti-laser shields. This will keep their defenses, or rather keep their economy, their mines, intact for the moment. They're doing a good job of rebuilding under pressure, that's for sure. Team Waterworld has also constructed 2 howitzers of their own. But they just lost another massive chunk of the front of their base. Ooh. A huge hit. Tier 3 snakes through the defenses. Team Waterworld takes a hit onto their cores, their rear cores, which is the worst place to take hits. Team Waterworld replying in kind, multiple howitzers going out. Some decent hits. Cloud and company take some hits into their rear turbine block. The armor, or rather defenses for it, hold, so no substantial damage is received. But the armor has been breached. If they send another volley of hits successfully into that same region, Cloud may lose a substantial amount of their income. Looks like Team Waterworld is focusing pretty heavily on getting tier 3 defenses now, just to make sure that they don't lose the entire game immediately to a critical hit. But that's so many howitzers inbound. Team Waterworld just taking hit after hit, losing, what is that, 2 more howitzers? Rather, 2 more weapons? A laser from on high. Team Waterworld loses some of their energy production. The story of this game so far has been Team Waterworld getting blasted by all kinds of weaponry and slowly rebuilding to try to stay in this game, where Cloud on the right side has been largely untouched. Oh, that's a huge block of structure removed. It's only structure, so it won't remove... It won't decrease the amount of pressure that Team Waterworld is able to throw out, but that structure was the primary elements of the defense for against tier 3s. And Team Cloud just launched another set of tier 3s, so we're about to see raining from on high. And T3 snipes out a howitzer. Oh, massive damage. Team Waterworld loses every last one of their howitzers and takes out a core with it. Team Waterworld is down to 2 cores remaining. Oh, a door snipe. Uh-oh. Team Cloud just wiped out all of Team Waterworld shotguns. There's no more active defenses against the howitzers. Those howitzers are about to come screaming in and blasting Team Waterworld. It's gonna be bad. Trial by fire seems to be canon flavored, as Marlin and friends are getting pummeled back to the Dark Ages. Honestly, Team Waterworld is doing a great job of hanging on despite all of this. Clow and allies are looking to expand their weaponry. I'm not sure how they're going to do that at this point, at least what method they're going to choose for doing so, as Team Waterworld is just rebuilding. Despite it all, Clow and allies are not doing enough damage to outpace the reconstruction efforts of Team Waterworld, which is surprising given the amount of damage that they're outputting. Like, that's frankly a crazy amount of damage. Oh, that's another penetration. Top-down attack, tier 3 goes deep. Doesn't hit anything critical, mostly because there's nothing critical to hit just about anywhere inside Team Waterworld's base. Triple nuke. Yeah, those triple nukes are digging deep every time. Just every single time. Oh, look at those howitzers. Chain fire. Directly into the same. The game chat. Triple nuke. Foundations exposed. We're going to see a targeted attack onto their foundations, engaging the mines directly. Ooh, lasers slicing. Uh-oh. That'll leave the tier 3s in a great position, as Team Waterworld's rear turbine block is now exposed to top-down attack. And Team Waterworld has some weaponry they can fire back. I'd be surprised if they manage to get real damage done with it. Yeah, the shotgun defenses for Team Clow have more than capable of handling this. Laser beams penetrating deep, sniping out weaponry behind their defenses. As look at that chain fire. Oh, is that it? It's crunching, and down they go. Team Waterworld's cleansed out of this round. Well played. Looks like Marlin was mostly responsible for the weapons this time around. As there you have it. Well played. Well played. Give us a moment while we set up a second round. What's the randomized teams? Let's see what I can do here about the game audio. Alright, we have a round 2 here in a minute. Alright, it looks like we're about ready to start off to round 2 in this best of 3. You guys want more big matches? It looks like we've got it set up, so let's jump into it here in a moment. As soon as the last player readies up. There we go. And we're off. Here we are on to round 2 in this best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Clow and Company. Dami, Clow, Kriegsoil, and Butterdog facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Team Waterworld. Marlin, Dory, Bruce, and Nemo. Clow and Company are playing as the Seep Commander, so we're expecting to see some Seep-related activities. This usually comes in the form of swarm missiles, but can be also rockets. Whereas Team Waterworld is playing a bit more defensively, picking the Armadillo Commander. They can get cheap metal and a general repair ability boosts. Bit more defensive play, tends to go for the late game option, whereas Seep, just by the nature of their weapons being very aggressive, tends to be a somewhat more aggressive commander. Rockets and missile weapons, kind of by design, are this early mid-game weapon, just across the board. So Seep, which boosts such weapons, tends to favor early aggression. As we are seeing quite a lot of swarm missile launchers developed for across the team. That's a total of 5 for Team Cloud. We have a tactical pause as it looks like Dory from Team Waterworld is timing out. Internet connectivity issues. I'm going to take this opportunity to zoom in. Looks like we are seeing what is some fairly... There is a notable element there pointed out as one of the players, the lowermost fort, is actually selling their workshop. So that's going to be a dedicated swarm rush with no intention of transitioning, at least not quickly, into later game weaponry. On the other side, we're pointing out that Team Waterworld is developing armory tech, as well as a pretty hefty development into economy. So Waterworlds is probably in for a world of hurt, as half their players are going hard into economy, and the other half are getting the armory tech, which is the superior defensive option, especially against rockets. Whereas Team Clow is just going to blow them up. Yeah, this currently Dory from Team Waterworld is disconnected, having internet connectivity issues. So we'll see how that goes. We do have some pretty notable base lean happening for most players involved, which is nice. Ah, yes. Their labels. Good. Looks like Butterdog. Of course it's Butterdog selling off his workshop. Why wouldn't it be Butterdog selling off his workshop? I was actually kind of expecting it to be Tommy. I'm kind of surprised to see no tech for half of the Waterworld players. I understand they're going for high eco. It just, in a 4v4, I struggle to want to have no tech. Because things can spiral so very quickly. Is the in-game volume really low? It is, and it's very difficult for me to adjust that because I can't adjust that because I'm not in-game. I'm going to try to get it to adjust a little bit more. Let me see if... I don't have... It's already maxed out here, yeah. There's really not much more I can do with this, is there? Okay. I think we're just going to have to leave it be for now. I'll wait till the explosions start happening, and then I'll make and then I'll get a better idea. So we already did turn it up from the last time. How are my arms? They're healing, and it's a work in progress. It's obnoxiously slow, as is my opinion on the whole healing arms thing. Like I still have, you know, the arm braces, so like I have very little dexterity, and it's immobilized wrists and everything. So it's annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, maybe this is something I should not be showcasing as much as you are. Why are you like this? This is this man doing this to himself. I have no idea what's happening, by the way. This is... For the record, this is a French streamer doing this. So, I don't... The memes write themselves. Why is the game paused? Because the Team Waterworld is suffering substantial internet issues. One of their players is not even in the match right now, so they are rejoining. What are we celebrating? We're celebrating Team Waterworld picking up their 4th player. It looks like Dory from Team Waterworld would be unable to rejoin in a timely manner. Now they're chatting about what options they're going to choose for progress, which is classic. As the typical rules for this would be either forfeit or just carry on as is. It is possible to save the map and pick up later. Alright, so unfortunately Team Waterworld is down a player. So it is now a 4 versus 3. Team Cloud on the left-hand side is about to get aggressive against a team that is missing an entire player, which is really unfortunate, especially because it's Team Waterworld. Like, the whole point... Or at least the motivation. The celebration. Here comes Swarms. Oh no. And Nemo goes down? Nemo's the first to fall, but... Oh no. Okay, well... I think they're conceding now, is what's up. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's just unfortunate. Okay. Well, that happened. Well, unfortunately, Team Waterworld has been knocked out first against Team Cloud. You want to choose your bases in a tournament? Typically, yes. I forget what the specific rules are regarding that. I forget what the rules are regarding that specific feature in this tournament in particular, but under most conditions, like by default, yes, you are. We French people have a reputation to upkeep. Yes. The forts were exactly one baguette across, away from each other. Yeah, that's how that works. Man, that's just a rough way to go, because Team Cloud was going for an aggressive opener that was always going to pressure, if not eliminate, half of Team Waterworld's players just kind of outright. I was surprised to see that one of them went down to the double swarm, like the initial volley. But that's not... like, that's rough. That's really rough. That is truly very rough to handle. I don't know what else there is to say about that. Honestly, that match, despite being a 3v4 at the end, didn't feel or look like the 3v4 would have mattered. Losing one of the players who was present and not AFK just immediately in the opening volley, that is not a good experience to have to deal with. That's just rough. The swarm missiles, like, they didn't even get the nukes. The swarm missiles alone was enough to annihilate the Waterworld's players, or at least, you know, one of them. Alright, next up we will have Team Eddie versus Team Infinity. This is going to take a few minutes. That's It happens. Marlin only got one match in his own tournament. Yeah. That makes me sad. I like watching the Waterworld teams. Waterworld team is they're fun players. What's interesting is Marlin was the main gunner for their team in the battleships match. He did a majority of the shots fired. So how are you guys doing today? I am looking forward to a nice, wonderful afternoon of forts, followed by even more stream. Been on kind of a Star Sector binge recently, in terms of watching it. There's also Killing Floor 3 that has been coming back into, let me check out the current, because, like, so I'd never actually played Killing Floor 2. I've heard a lot of good about it. Killing Floor 3 has released. It has mixed reviews, though I haven't really looked into it as to why that's the case. I have heard mixed things. You know what? Let me pull up the Steam reviews here and check this out. Looks like most of the complaints are that it's unfinished. It's missing a lot of basic quality of life stuff. It's suffering some fairly substantial optimization errors. And the general consensus seems to be that it's pretty good, but maybe come back later after the dev fix some stuff. Given that the game released like 2 days ago, I'm not... Okay. So I'll probably hop into it eventually. Obviously not for a little bit, because I need to recover. My hands do not first-person shooter at the moment. Love to see E10 tournaments again, don't we all? The game I've been really looking forward to most is Wildgate. Another one that I cannot currently play. I'm just hoping... My concern with Wildgate is that Wildgate might not My concern with Wildgate is that it's going to be one of those fad games that just doesn't exist in a couple weeks, which is, you know, when I'd be able to play it. And it's, you know, a multiplayer PvP game that relies on having other players around. So the game's going to be kind of niche to start with. You're arguing in the Discord, classic. This happens every time. This is, for the record, this is why I tend to not quibble about rules and such. Just to make sure that it stays as amicable as possible. Alright. Looks like everyone's here. Sounds just like when Killing Floor 2 released. Yeah, that's why I'm not too worried about it. It's kind of, it seems to be going through the standard dev cycle of release game missing most decent features that developed games possess, and then eventually add them in over the course of months or years. So I'm just not gonna be hyped about it. Get to it eventually. How are my injuries now? Boring. So, like, nothing exciting is happening with me. Like, it's just slow recovery process. Like, soreness, not real pain, but also I'm not trying to force them to do anything. So, like, I'm being a good boy and following the weight restrictions and just generally waiting. Which is boring. Still have braces on my arms, so immobilized joints. They're not real casts. These kind of soft races that kind of they are. Nothing particularly exciting, and won't have any updates until the next doctor visit. Orthopedics, which is not today, not tomorrow, and not for a few more days. Wildgate is very fad game vibe, seems cool though. Yes, it does have very fad game vibes. It's one of those games that, and when I say that I mean it's a game that seems graphically polished, kind of well designed. It has very obvious ideas what it's going for, and so like you know what it is. It's pretty, it seems to work nicely, and you can just hop in and go for it. And that makes for very flashy advertisements and gameplay. And the gameplay seems to be solid enough that anyone can just hop on and, you know, do it. The problem with it is that the gameplay loop does not appeal to a majority of humans. It's a 6 degree of freedom, high cooperative type game where you have to work very closely and actively with a multitude of players. By multitude, I mean 4, whatever it is. I think it's 4. And then it's in a 6 degree freedom environment. Now, 6 degree freedom environment, we're talking like 0G movement kind of stuff, already just cuts out like 99+% of humans that are willing to play the game. And then within that niche group of nerds that are willing to play the game, you're demanding that they find 3 other friends to play with. And that's like, That's asking a lot. So, while I'm sure it's the general life cycle I would expect for the game is it launches, it's pretty, everyone checks it out, decides that it's too stressful to play, or decides that it's what is it called? That it's just they don't have enough friends for it, and then that's just the end of it. It bleeds players, and then you have a game that's genuinely fun, polished, well designed, just doesn't have an audience. And what few players remain end up being like 50 tryhard sweats that just really enjoy the game. And so, because it's a PvP game, anyone who dares try to play it has to deal with someone that's been playing, there's been no life in the game for way too long. And now there's no chance of them having a meaningful interactive gameplay beyond just becoming a AFK style bot for somebody else's clips. Potions class was a success. Potions class was a success. You made a Tisane of Mending. Where do you ship it? Now, for the purposes of mending, is a corpse an object? 3 minutes or something. Yes, the stream delay is exactly 3 minutes. This should not be a surprise. Lobby shenanigans. Yes, I'm hoping in like a week or two I could probably get a team together to play some Wildgate, assuming the game is still alive then. Usually those kind of fat games last more than like 2 weeks. They last like a month or two, but we shall see. There's no battle bit. It didn't have thousands upon. It didn't have like 100,000 players to bleed off over the course of a year. So they're gonna have like, what was it? I think it had like 6,000 players opening day, opening couple days. So that's not a lot of players to bleed out. Let us see. Alright. I've almost finished with the bands, and then we'll be jumping into the action. You know, I was thinking about it, because like, I've run... Wildgate is similar to something like Void Crew, or even Jump Ship, in that it's this very... I guess it's also similar to the Sea of Thieves, in that it's a very team-oriented ship flying game. Ship controlling game. Yes, it is a lot closer to Sea of Thieves than most, like Sea of Thieves space. Which is very interesting. Winter might be into it? Probably. I know I'm into that kind of thing as well. Honestly, I know a lot of people who are into that kind of game. Like, I'm more than happy to be a pilot for people who love gunning. Like, I mean, come on, I played PlanetSide for how long? How many people are just super into gunning? I mean, PlanetSide is the game of players who like playing as tanks or gunning for a giant galaxy and then dropping down and becoming an infantryman. Like, it's peak Wildgate behavior. Like, that's the whole gameplay loop. Hmm. This cat herding is taking a while. Hmm. Okay. We're finally on to Commander Dance. Alright, commanders are banned. Next match should be starting here very shortly. You want to watch explosions? Yes, me too. Don't worry, explosions are coming. Meantime, I've half a mind to just like browse Reddit and go on a here. Let me see if, given the way cat herding has been going, I'll probably have a good opportunity to do that exactly. Why am I getting pinged about pie? What pie are we making? Impossible pie, French silk pie, pumpkin pie. What is French silk pie? Now I need to know. Alright, chat, what is French silk pie? French silk pie is an American dessert, classic, Oreo cookie crust with chocolate filling. It's like an Oreo pie. Is not French. Okay. Alright, the cat herding has completed. You know what that means. It's time to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into the next round where it is Team Infinity versus Team Eddie. Oh my god, what is that image? Oh no. Why have you done this to my eyes? I love the team logos. Always some degree of madness. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the first round in this best of 3. We have a 4v4 matchup between Team Infinity and Team Eddie, where we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Infinity playing as the Warthog Commander, facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. Team Infinity is made of Team Bren, Nanuki, Nutellafish, and Infinity Power, whereas Team Eddie is Ryabjik, Nils, Julian, and Taichu. Team Eddie is playing as the Moonshine Commander. So that's a different choice than most. Moonshine we have seen kind of scattered across all kinds of metas and maps. A rare pick, but one that is always a valid pick. Tends to use heavier weaponry. Typically 20mm or standard cannons. Mechanically, it gives an EMP effect to all weapons that deal splash damage. Therefore, things like cannons tend to be quite popular for it, but it does also apply to missiles and such. We have seen mortars empowered by the EMP effect, but it isn't a particularly common choice, and given that Moonshine is already an exceptionally rare commander, don't expect to see those very often, or at all. However, unsurprisingly, we're seeing mass heavy weapons out of Team Infinity. We're seeing a lot of upgrade centers out of Team Eddie, so Team Eddie is definitely going for more eco-focused. They're also going heavy weapons. They're just eco-focused along the way, like eco-first. Whereas Team Infinity, less focus on the eco, but they are also getting upgrade centers. They will be including a heavy economic development. The buzzsaws from Team Infinity, not doing real damage, but they are keeping Team Eddie honest. Just making sure Team Eddie doesn't do anything too crazy. No cheese for you. Looks like Team Eddie's the first to get a heavy weapon on the board. Or at least under construction. Infinity does have some fire beams, which are not quite heavy weapons. The team name has just Infinity's disserviced the viewers. I mean, I'm not going to pronounce the entire thing. It is very quick. It is very obviously an amalgamation of all of their names thrown together in a way that is pseudo-pronounceable. Yes, we are seeing Firebeam spam from one of the players for Team Infinity. Infinity Nutfinessy. Infinity Nutfinsk. Ooh, a beautiful snipe. By snipe, I mean plasma from below. Taking out one whole mine. Both players, both of the topmost players are going for a standard cannon stack. Blue team is a little bit ahead of their opponents in terms of constructing the cannon stack. Similarly, we see howitzers from both teams. And unsurprisingly, the lowermost forts for both teams are going for lasers. There's been some lasering back and forth, but the team set. There we go. Okay, so now we're about to see the opening volleys, the alpha strikes from everyone involved. I was about to say that it's been a little past 7 minutes, and the teams have not really actually fired at each other yet. You have the occasional laser snipe happening back and forth, but right up until this moment, the teams have been holding out, waiting for a good alpha strike opportunity, or at least a combined fire or focus fire. And there we have it. To the grand total of no effective damage to either team. I believe Team Infinity got the worst end for what that's worth, losing a whopping 2 turbines in the exchange, despite all of that firepower flung at them. We have the howitzer go. And EMPs across the board, shutting down weapon groups. Ooh. Laser overpenetrates Team Infinity's forwardmost core. I'm barely hanging on to life with that one. Yeah, just chainfire standard cannons from Team Eddie is keeping Infinity Nut, at least their topmost players, just locked out. Just constantly EMP'd. Beautiful howitzer rounds. And he gets the follow-up. Some wonderful focus fire. And just like that, Team Infinity is at an incredibly disadvantaged position. Unfortunate that Team Eddie didn't quite have the energy production to continuously fire those plasmas. Or else Team Infinity might have just lost an entire core there. There's so much EMP. Look at that. It's just shutting down 2 entire players via EMP. Team Infinity, yeah, sure, they're Warthog. Yeah, they get extra damage heavy weapons, but they're unable to use them because they're constantly shut down. Uh-oh, and that door is stuck in an open position. But it isn't punished. Yeah, the standard cannons from Team Eddie are just splashing their damage everywhere. They're not trying to focus fire so much, it would seem. Instead, they're just making sure that Team Infinity is just completely shut down. Which is not atypical of a moonshine play. Oof. Oh, that's going to be devastating. Triple howitzer, and that does it. Right to the weak spot. Bransk is eliminated. Annihilated. What remains of his base is reclaimed by his team. So all those resources and such. In fact, all of his eco has been maintained. None of his mines were lost. None of his turbines were lost. It was just his core and his forwardmost defenses. Even his technology has survived, and his weapons. So that was about as clean of a destruction as could have happened. But triple Warthog, oh, that's a lot of damage. Infinity just got triple cannon directly, like triple empowered cannon directly into Eddie's armor. That's devastating. Team Eddie cannot sustain that kind of hit. Looks like they're continuing to destroy Bransk's remnant base, taking out some of the eco and weaponry along the way. Commanders activated for both teams. That shotgun has been MVP for Team Eddie. Just knocking howitzers. And there goes another one. Team Infinity crumbling under the cannon fire. Anti-air looks like it's enough to ward away that last volley of howitzers, but this game is trending one direction, and it's Team Eddie's. A laser from below sweeps the leg. Utellifish loses his kneecaps, and with it, his face and everything else, as it smashes into the floor. And there's the final. Team Infinity Nutfinsk loses round 1. Oh, looks like we're gonna get a replay here. Neat. Is it? Are we getting a slow-mo? Oh, just triple howitzer directly to the foundation node, ripping the entire fort component off. And look at it, just annihilating the stability tech. All right then. In that case, give us a minute here to set up for round 2, and then we will see the conclusion here. Excellent, yes. I have been gifted like 2 crates of this cocoa water, like cocoa bean water. I've been drinking it and I still don't know how to feel about it. Like, it's just a weird flavor. A flavor I'm not accustomed to. It's not bad. I don't know how to feel about it. I've gone through just about 1 whole crate of it so far. Like 1 box of it. It's just an unusual flavor. It's not real sweet, but it's... I would describe it like a fake sweet. Let me put some more in my mouth. See what I... It's like a fake sweet. It's definitely got some tanginess to it. It claims to have no added sugars, but is not exactly sugar-free because, you know, fruit juice. What if Reapship got a low taper fade? This is the chat that happens. I always get a kick out of the chat that happens in lobbies because, you know, it's just a bunch of guys having fun bantering with each other. Alright, it looks like the match is made and the players are readying up, so we'll be jumping into the next round momentarily. Is there no co-op on Death? No, not for this one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to round 2 in this best of 3. Alright, here we go. The sides have been swapped, so Team Eddie is now on the left-hand side. They're playing as the Spook Commander. As their opponents on the right-hand side, Team Infinity Nutfinsk. Yeah, I emphasize a little bit too hard on the C. I think they are once again playing as the Moonshine Commander. Is that allowed? Oh wait, no. Sides have been swapped. They played Warthog last time. So now Team Infinity is going to give Team Eddie a taste of their own medicine. And I'm very okay with this. It's like, you shut us down the entire game last time, now we're gonna do it to you! Oh, that's some lean right there. Base leaning is fairly popular. We're going to see a lot of it. So at this point, I am expecting heavy weapons from everyone involved. Heavy weapons from Team Infinity for obvious reasons. And by obvious reasons, I mean reasons that we have already seen from last round. Because they're playing Moonshine and are going for the same strategy that Team Eddie did last round. And for similar reasons, I'm expecting Team Eddie to go for heavy weapons. Because Team Eddie knows that their opponents are playing Moonshine and can get away with doing whatever they want. And whatever they want is shaping up to be a refined and slow, methodical, eco-heavy approach to getting heavy weapons. There we go. It's only a matter of time before the heavy weapons come online. We are seeing howitzers out of Team Infinity. Kind of expecting to see standard cannons mixed in, but they have not yet placed them. None have been placed down. Welp. Rip Reabjik. That's unfortunate. Team Eddie loses a player. It happens to us all. At least once. That's actually going to be a major issue for Team Eddie, as Team Eddie was relying on Reabjik for some damage output, whereas they were using, I believe it's Nils, going for more defensive play. Oh, a beautiful snipe. Oh, that's devastating. Holy smokes. The laser from on high. Brent was just not prepared for that angle, and into the core he goes. Well, that's another core. Just like that, it's down to a 3v3, which I did not expect to have that happen. Commander abilities were activating. Remember the Spook Commander. The Spook Commander, its whole active ability is literally just stealing money. That's its whole gimmick. It steals from the team, from the opponents. So they're going to be activating their Spook ability as often as possible just to yoink some cash. Deal some economic damage, as it were. Whereas Infinity Nut wants to kind of hold off until they can get an alpha strike. While they do want to use it as often as possible, they do have to have some reservations about it, because if one player activates it when the rest of the team isn't ready, then it's just kind of half-wasted. Things are stabilizing, which is not a surprise. Infinity not playing the EMP commander specializes in kind of suppression and lockdown, and for so long as Eddie doesn't die, then they're just going to be kind of suppressed and to a point where the game slows down. I was kind of expecting things to snowball one way or the other after the defeat of, well, one player for each, but oh, the laser beams from Team Eddie have been great. That was almost catastrophic. Oh, and the sniper does its damage. We see those spook cannons trying to focus fire, get all of its DPS into a single component. The sniper. Just being a menace. Though I will say, Nils from the bottom fort, who reclaimed Ryabjik's once base, has been doing a wonderful job, not just applying suppressive action across the board, but in also developing game-ending levels of heavy weaponry. Now up to 2 howitzers and a cannon himself in terms of heavy weapons. Sorry, 3 howitzers and a cannon. Oh dear. Double howitzer. Infinity power is getting focused. Oh, that's devastating. Once again, the laser from on high wipes out 3 mines. Infinity power is not the lowermost fort for Team Infinity. Is not long for this world. He can no longer sustain his defenses. It's just a matter of time before he's eliminated. Can the rest of his team take advantage of what time is left? I'm not sure they can. That's a lot of damage. Team Eddie's starting to run away with it. Despite the suppressive EMP effect of Moonshine, Team Infinity has been unable to lock down Team Eddie, and Team Eddie... Oh! Oh! Focus firing. Team Eddie manages to break through Infinity's weapon emplacements, and with it, Team Infinity loses just about the last bastion of firepower. As the laser digs even deeper again. Checking out his spine. That's just so much firepower. Team Infinity at this point is just taking hit after hit after hit. Yeah. Oh, and the laser. Dude, those lasers have been devastating. From Taichu, that's Taichu doing that. Has been just absolutely obliterating. Internals left, right, top, and bottom. So many more cannons. Nils replacing his defenses with just exposed cannons. Look at how many. Look at it all. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exposed heavy weapons now. 9 exposed heavy weapons now. He's just building them out there. I think MVP to this round goes to Nils specifically. That's just a lot of damage. As the lasers, I think, get the final kill as they're burning through the... And it's gone. Well played. Team Eddie victorious in this best of 3. Well done. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, give us a moment while we get set up for the next round. This one should go much faster as we have already done the picks and bans. Alrighty then. Okay, so at the end of that round, we have another victory. So we'll be moving on to... It is Team Cannon Lords versus Team Gosslings. Gosslings. I have those in my backyard! I don't actually, not at the moment. The last batch of them all grew up and became goose. Very fluffy creatures. They really are adorable little things, I must say. All right. Why does the game sound so low? Because I am not the host, and the game sounds are balanced. I am not the spectator cameraman this time. Due to the logistics of a 4v4, we have a dedicated cameraman, and the dedicated cameraman's sound balance is different from my own. You can see their perspective on Twitch. I believe it is... Actually, I'm not sure if he's live on Twitch right now. I believe he's live on Pyle's stream. I think you can see his perspective live on Pyle's stream, I believe, is it? No, he is live on Twitch right now. He's OG Vlad. And so his sound balance is different from mine, and therefore the game sounds are different. In this case, quieter. There's not really much we can do about that at this point. But this point is the time where we get into the next action. As we're off to round 1 in this best of 3 between Team Gosslings and Team Cannonlords, where here we have on the left-hand side, it's Team Gosslings playing as the Moonshine Commander, filled with names I cannot quite pronounce. Or even read, for that matter. I do recognize Alexander and... oh, I don't know. He changed his name. It's different. Yeah, are the teams correct here? Believe Team Cannon Lords is on the left side. Is that? Other way, it is Team Gosslings versus Team Cannon Lords. Where on the right hand side we have Zeb Pure Lewis. On the left hand side we have Alexander Lemonka. And someone whose name they changed, and I cannot properly read that part because it's truncated. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Strategy-wise, we're seeing some upgrade centers for everyone on Team Cat on the right-hand side, which is not a surprise. We're also seeing upgrade centers for the left team as well, blue team. Not terribly surprised by this, but it is less guaranteed than one would otherwise expect. Yeah, it looks like both teams are just going to go straight up to heavy weapons, rather, with heavy weapons and high eco. Given the Warthog versus Moonshine matchup once again, this should not be a surprise, because both commanders specialize in those heavier weaponry. The token EMP flies across, being annoying as it tends to be. Oh, 3 mines shut down with that one. Yikes. Machine gunner knocks the EMP out of the air. It will still be another minute or two before we see heavy weapons available to fire, but however they are being placed at this point. We see the first plasma beam placed for the right-hand side, a pair of cannons and another plasma placed for the left-hand side. Alright, which one of you is going howitzers? Left-hand side, blue team is developing weapons at a much greater pace than their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. This is... if that doesn't change, then the momentum will quickly fall into blue team's favor. Additionally, blue team is running Moonshine, so if they get the opening shots, which it appears they will, then there's a good opportunity that they just lock down their opponents and prevent them from having a meaningful return fire for an extended period of time, which is extra important given that blue team seems to have a weapon quantity advantage. Just taking their advantage and snowballing with it. The only saving grace is that the red team here on the right-hand side has 2 players with multiple fire beams, which can apply a lot of suppressive fire and delay blue team's massive alpha strike potential. We have an active ability used for blue team that will grant their weapons the EMP effect. However, they're aiming directly for cores and not shutting down any of the opponent's weapons. And so the EMP effect will not be a substantial element of these opening shots. Ooh. Laser snipers taking out lasers. Oh. Multiple players focusing fire into the topmost forts for red team, and he's just face tanking it. The joy of tiny doors. They spread their damage well. Oh. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. And there's a door snipe. Oh. And just like that, blue team loses a huge chunk of their weaponry. And some of their eco in the way, along the way of it too. See if Alexander can manage to recover from that kind of damage, because he's a little bit broke and trying to just not die. Massive hit. Howitzer breaking all of the eco and weapons. Zeb gets knocked down a couple pegs for that one. It's funny. Bren gets knocked out of the tournament, goes play Generation 0. I see you. The damage is mounting and it looks like things are actually going in red team's favor. Blue team failed to suppress, despite having the bigger opening volleys. Not just bigger, but earlier volleys, failed to suppress their opponents. And for it, red team has just managed to focus fire onto individual targets and blow up and just knock massive chunks out of blue team. Oh, that's dirty. That's a nasty shot. Oh, is it gonna collapse? Not quite, still got an energy shield on it. Oh, so close. They want it. Is that it? There it is. Massive damage. Another huge chunk lost. And just the follow-up shot? Not quite. It's just so much damage. And the active defenses. Red team is just on the spot with their defenses and offenses. Just, they have everything they need. They're at maximum eco and they're just spiraling. Spiraling upwards in terms of firepower and expansion. While blue team is getting picked away shot for shot. That's a beautiful EMP. Man. Lewis is up to 5 cannons now, going on 6. For red team, top base on right hand side. That's just untenable. That's indefensible amounts of damage output. Like, you cannot take those kind of hits from those kind of things. Oh! There's an opportunity. The EMP locked open some of the doors for a pure right-hand side. But it's not capitalized it. Did not take advantage of this. He could have lost a couple lasers there. And there we have blue team trying to make a comeback here. Blue team, I must admit, has doing a very good job of not dying and slowly expanding. The problem is, red team's been doing the whole slowly expanding thing as well. And the amount of firepower that blue is going to have to face tank just to continue to not die is rapidly becoming untenable. Like, at some point, it's just not mathematically possible. I think the only thing really keeping them in this game, like the major defining elements, is the commander active ability for blue team. they're able to shut down the weapon platforms for red, and that's delaying blue team's death. Because once red is able to actually fire upon their target, like focus fire, it's going to be brutal. And we are about to see that here because, well, one of blue team's players is suffering some internet connectivity issues, and so we've paused the game. But as they've paused the game, red team has just activated their commander ability. They've said, hey team, we're going to blast the opponents out of the game right now as the pause is happening. So this is going to be unfortunately timed, because Lemoncoff for blue team has timed out, so he's going to be reconnecting here. But when he reconnects, he's going to reconnect into a game-ending amount of firepower, knocking onto his teams just straight through their front door. Just straight through their armor, and that's just how that's going to go. So that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good at all. Not for blue team, at least. Good for me, because I like seeing forts blow up, especially the cannons. You know, when you've got 5 cannons staring you down with a 6th in production. The baguettes have returned, and the bases are indeed one baguette breadth across. Welcome to the French streamers. They love their baguettes. Alright, Lemonka has returned and is stabilizing his internets. Alright, looks like they're ready and good to go, so we'll be unpausing and jumping into the violence here in a moment. Commander ability is activated, Magna Beam fired, cannons engaged. And there's some good hits. A little bit fancy, I think, but blue team is suffering extreme damage. Blue team tries to retaliate, but so far completely ineffective. As just shot for shot, red is pummeling their opponents out of the game. Ooh, a well-timed EMP. Shutting down the cannon stack for red team while red team is trying to activate their commander ability. That's a good save for blue team there. But I just don't see it. I don't see it being enough. Magna Beam shenanigans. One by one, blue team is losing the stability of, well, the integrity of their forts. Oh, what a way to go. Backstabbed by a laser beam. And there's the Magna Beam reach around. 2 down, and like dominoes they fall. This man's getting a whole tar tower. Going up to 8 cannons on that top fort. Now relying on ropes to hold his cannon tower on up. That's... And there's another one sliced off by plasma laser. You know, interestingly enough, it's Alexander who was the first one to take near game ending or near fort destroying amounts of damage, is the last one standing. He fires in token spite. But I suspect he will not be long for this world. His magna beam is active, and with it, the mark for death. Realistically, they don't have to even properly aimed, in so much as they generally fire in Alexander's direction will be sufficient to remove him from this game. To finish him. 9 cannons now this man has. It's a lot. Lewis, he's got all the cannons in the world. And there it is. Round 1. Victory. The red team. Well played. Alright, give us a moment while we set up round 2. Is that someone? Friend is walking by my door, doing unrelated things. It's like, wait a minute, I recognize that voice outside my front door. No, they just have to be walking by. Alright. We're almost ready for the next round. We on Sacred Dunes 4v4. All right. The players are doing the thing where they spam ready. You know what that means? It's time to go. Okay, we just had a disconnect. Internet dying. We could probably safely reset this, but we'll see if they rejoin here first. Either way, here we have on the left-hand side, it's going to be Team Cannon Lords in the blue, facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Team Gosslings. Alright, let's do this. And we're off, once again. It's round 2 in this best of 3. Team Cannon Lords on the left-hand side is Scattershot, so we expect to see 20mm. Whereas on the right-hand side, they are Spook, so they are fully aware of their opponent's planned strategies. Let's see what they can do about it. Looks like everyone's content to do a pretty basic opener here, where we're seeing eco developments, upgrade centers. Well, Team Cannon Lords is kind of skipping out on the upgrade centers this time, whereas Team Gosslings has a couple mixed in. Still not seeing any upgrade centers for Team Cannon Lords. We're going to see just a clean cannon rush of the 20mm variety for Team Cannon Lords on the blue side, left hand side. Whereas their opponents in the red on the right are going not quite anything in particular just yet, as they're developing economic upgrades before anything else. We do see a laser production facility, a heavy laser production facility out of Lemonka. That's the topmost fort for the red team. Expect to see some plasma beams from them at some point soon. That also means that blue team is going to have advantage in terms of momentum and pressure, as they're going for weapons before economic upgrades. Interesting. Oh, turbine has been lost. Turbine down. Pure loses a turbine to recoil. Recoil from his own construction efforts. We do see a howitzer placed in the topmost fort for the blue team. This does not surprise me even a little bit, as forts of this design are exceptionally vulnerable to howitzers, and so, well, given the map is symmetrical, both of the top forts are particularly vulnerable to howitzers. So seeing a howitzer built in the top fort is not a surprise. They'll blast each other out of the world. What does surprise me, however, is that Lemonka got a pretty early laser production facility and then didn't build any lasers. I would have expected those lasers to be kind of out and available to fire by now. Instead, Lemonka kind of back-teched towards economic development and has been upgrading all their mines and economic structures instead, despite first paying the quite hefty price for the heavy laser production. First shots are fired by Team Cannon Lords on the left from the left-hand side. This does not surprise me at all. I do like the addition of the Magnum Beam here. Make those 20mm focus all their fire into the same spot. 20mm, for all the damage they deal, tends to splash it around everywhere. That is their biggest weakness. Magnum Beam resolves much of that problem. There we go, Commander active ability. Bonus shotgun. Oh! That's a lot of damage. Shotgun cannons just digging clean through Alexander's base. Once again, Alexander, the team tank, it would seem, loses all of his weapons, one of his mines, half of his turbines. But doesn't die, which is, you know, a good start. So we have more 20mm flying across. Yep, that's just it. Just no fanciness needed. Just 20mm going directly to the front. With the Magnum Beam coalescing them all in the same spot, they just kind of dig directly through the armor and annihilate the core. That'll do it. And just like that, Team Gosslings loses a player. Once again. That fire beam doing a lot of work from a defensive perspective. Just knocking out many of the 20mm rounds just out of the air. But really, until Lemonka gets his plasma properly online, this is going to be a very difficult situation for Team Gosslings. And Team Gosslings has energy weapons. They just need to get those door snipes in. Like, otherwise, Cannon Lords will just continue to knock their players out of the game one by one. A beautiful defense there for Team Gosslings. A very beautiful defense. Not only taking out 120mm, but effectively defeating the entire volley across the board with some well-timed and placed fire beams. Oh. Door sniped by shotgun 20mm. Team Gosling loses a plasma beam. That's not good. That's not good at all. Well, is that focus fire going to be no focus fire? No real focus fire across Cannon Lord's team at the moment. Just the scattered damage is enough to remove another fire beam out of Team Gosling's rearmost fort. Successful snipe from Team Gosslings. Removes the cannon. That'll do nicely. It's a step in the right direction. But commander ability is act. Oh! The fire beam. Coming in clutch and saving his teammate there. It's just that Team Gosslings doesn't have enough firepower right now. Just across the board. And they're losing weapons periodically. Another fire beam goes down. Team Cannon Lords are just doing a great job of picking away, chipping them down shot by shot. Team Gosslings is trying to go for door snipes, but they're not able to make it. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. Oh no, Alexander getting bullied again. How are you alive? Alexander down to 28%, loses all of his weapons. Those shots wrapping around the core, giving it just a chop it, just a very close shave. Taking out all the internals near the core. And yet, he lives. Loses all of his cannons once again. He's still got a howitzer. Somehow. There they go. Team Cannon Lords just doing an incredible amount of damage in that last volley. The raw damage output of that sequence was far too much to defend against. Alexander tried to fire his howitzer, immediately punished for doing so. As here comes the Magna Cannon combo again. Hitting in the exact same place, over-penetrating the base and therefore doing less damage than it could have. Rather, should I say less damage than I expected it to. I was expecting that to be lethal. And yet it did 0 core damage whatsoever. Oh! Door snipe. That man is trying so desperately to get a door snipe on that howitzer, and it's just not happening. Lemonka. To make that work, you generally have to preemptively. Can't reactively fire to the howitzer because the howitzer projectile will block the door. Will cover the door and therefore prevent the door snipe because the projectile itself has extra HP. And in the time it takes for the howitzer projectile to die. Is that it? How are you alive? And he gets saved. Oh, Alexander just face tanks the entire Alpha Strike from Team Cannon Lords and takes 0 core damage, but loses just about everything else he could possibly have lost in the process. He's turning his base into a beach. Nukes fly and are shut down. that's bad. Alexander, not the first to fall. Top core drops onto his base. He survives the core. Oh my god, did his howitzer survive that? No! Alexander doesn't even lose the howitzer in the dropped core explosion. That's amazing. Alright, and there it goes. Finally, his front defenses are breached, and with it, it all comes crumbling down. And there we have it. Team Gosslings is eliminated. Cannonlords winning another round. And there we have it. Team Cannonlords winning 2-0 in this best of 3. Well played. Alright, next up we have Team Ocean Cleanup versus Les God Gunners. Les God Gunners. Les God. That is probably French. I need some accenting for which my tongue is unpracticed. Give us a moment while we set up for the next round. Let us go. Give us a moment. A little bit of cat herding going on. Okay. And for its OST is beautiful? Yes, yes it is. I'm very okay with this. I think they use rulers to aim lasers. Nah. It's kind of an impractical thing. It's not impossible to do, just impractical. Alright. Let's jump into this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This time we have no sound, which makes me unhappy, but it is a work in progress. But here we have on the left-hand side, it is team. Okay, we have Ocean Cleanup versus Les Legard Gunners. On the left-hand side is going to be Legard Gunners. Though 15 Rider, OG, Pile, and Tree Force facing off against Ocean Cleanup on the right-hand side. Hopser, I am myself, Der Benzine, and Alessio. One moment. But it does look like things are going to kick off relatively quickly here, as we have some swarm missiles and nukes in progress for Team 1 on the left-hand side in the blue. Whereas Team 2 on the right is developing all of their economy before going into variant heavy weapons. It's worth noting that Team 2 is the Architect Commanders. They are the Pinnacle Tech Switch Commander. Because of this, they can catch up to their opponents after taking a few hits via their commander ability. So while Team 2 is notably behind in progress, that can change, rather will change, the moment they start taking any real damage. And Team 1 is looking to deal real damage here relatively soon. I say relatively soon because while the nuke is coming online here in the next few seconds, it's not a fast nuke. They're not trying to do like early game pressure with it. Instead, it's just a weapon that they're going to be using. Realistically, the geometry of this map makes it a little convenient, or rather inconvenient, for Team 2 to defend against the nuke. One moment. Alright, the shots are firing. There's the swarms. It looks like Team 2 is defending against swarms or defending against the missiles by virtue of just hardwalling them and phase tanking them, rather than relying on anti-air, which is not a surprise. The geometry of the map makes it difficult to do that. Oh, a beautiful sniper follow-up. The cannons sent their rounds directly to the rearmost core of Team 2, opening up the armor, and then the sniper finished it off. Oh, and the buzzsaws! Finding a weak point. Team 2 is crumbling. Just insufficiently armored. Just shot for shot, cannons and buzzsaws and snipers opening them up. Taking a lot of damage, including core destruction. Alright. Give us a moment here, see if we can fix that. technical difficulties. We're going to see if we can fix the audio here. Alright, give us a minute. Why is this look? Oh no. Oh no, this is not better, is it? Okay, let's see how this looks like. Good news is, we have audio now. Okay, okay, that is... We have audio now. Good news, team. Okay, I can return this to normal volume. There we go. Okay. What just happened to the audio? Oh, he's got a... Oh. It has returned to non... Okay. Volume. There we go. The chaos. It comes. Okay. Oh, and another core falls. Team skill gap. Wait, where's this? That's not... Oh, he's got the old... Okay. I was like, wait, team skill gap? No, that's team Legard Gunners. And it's not when he's tapped in. Okay. This is the flash banging. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, what's... I gotta pull up his stream to figure out what's going on with this. Does it look like this on his stream? Surely it's not. Surely it's not. Oh my god, it looks like this on his stream too. This is what he has his monitor like, or has his game like? Well, okay. Okay, so no, I don't think this is what it... I don't think this is what it looks like for him normally. But something is definitely not right. Okay, yeah, this is normal. And it'll flicker back to... flashbang. Oh. It's less flashbangy. I like how this is happening while there's just absolute madness happening. I like how this technical difficulties are happening during what is like clearly the best match we've had so far. Well, maybe not clearly the best match, but one of the best matches we have had so far. Absolute chaos on all sides, back and forth. Okay, so it is an... Okay, I think we've discovered the issue. Or at least part of it. It's going to flash every now and again, but we should be able to keep it largely intact. Also, it is what he's seeing, which is a separate issue. Alright, well... The day of technical difficulties, it would seem. Something has scuffed. Something has scuffed very hard. But the French team is still doing alright. And they're grinding their opponents out of the game. Alessio and Derbenzin are the final two remaining players for Team 2. Alessio in the top 4 is just barely hanging on, while Derbenzin still has a meaningful opportunity to deal damage. It's not a good opportunity, but it is an opportunity. Oh, and he's losing weapons. That's not good. I think Derbenzin with the loss of that second cannon, I think has lost any real chance of doing game-changing amounts of damage. You can certainly break something, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough at all. Wow. Derbenzin hopping on the sniper to do what damage he can. Derbenzin getting another weapon online. He might, if he's able to get his weapons up and running, he might be able to deal, with a third weapon coming online, he might be able to deal some core-destroying amounts of damage. It's going to be very difficult for him to pull this off, but it is technically doable. Ooh. And he's on a limited time. Because Alessio is just tanking as much as he can, but Alessio 2 is not long for this world. And so Derbenzin has a few seconds to get damage done. He tries, but his howitzers are shot down, and in reply, he loses his cannons and his howitzers. Okay. Derbenzin no longer has weaponry and has drawn the ire of Team 1, and we are pausing. You have a player who's experiencing internet connectivity issues, and it may be the observer. Alright. Pings have restabilized. Okay. I believe we are witnessing the final moments of Derbenzin and Alessio. So, for your guys' information, what's happening here is Zaltzvak is currently in game and dual streaming this, both to Twitch and to Discord. However, for whatever reason, whenever he is tabbed into the game, like he has the game as the active application, active window, the Discord stream breaks and applies this very washed out brightness filter to it, which is not good. So he's not actually seeing the brightness, it's just us here in the Discord and all the other observers who are seeing it. And unfortunately, I am not able to. While I'm quite confident that my Discord would work flawlessly, I'm also not capable of streaming to Discord while streaming to YouTube/Twitch. We have already tried this. It does not work, for my internet is not sufficiently strong to handle it. And yet, Derbensine and Alessio remain in-game. Not yet destroyed. More nukes launch. He's trying to get to the underside of those mines. They grind them out of the game one by one. Or that was disgusting. Using the magna beam to drag the nukes down from on high, Derbensine was not ready for that one. Fortunately, didn't quite land the shot. At least fortunately for Derbensine. Derbensine loses his workshop tech again, for like the third time, as more nukes go straight to the front, wipe out the weaponry. Derbensine did actually successfully construct a howitzer and a cannon once again. The nukes deconstructed them quite violently. Oh dear. And a door snipe. Alessio and Derbensine are staying in this game, which is a surprise to me. I fully expected both of them to get knocked out of this round much quicker, but there goes Derbensine in the final stand. Oh, Alessio taking a lot of damage there. Swing and a miss. And the nukes land their shots. And there you have it. Team Legard Gunners wins round 1. Well played. Alright. Give us a moment while we set up for the next round. Forts needs its own spectator mode. It does have its own spectator mode. It just is limited in slots. Very limited in slots. Okay. We're setting up for the next round. Check. Yeah, still. I don't. The whole situation is strange. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the next round. Hope you guys are ready, because it's time to do this. And here we go. So here we have on the sides have been swapped. So here we have on the left hand side, we have, it is Team Ocean Cleanup. Hopser, I am myself, Alessio Underbensi, playing as the Moonshine Commander, facing off against their opponents on the right hand side in the red. Team Legard Gunners, Though 15 Rider, Peel, OG, and Treeforce, playing on the map Vanilla 4v4. Red team here on the right hand side, playing as the Hurricane Commander. You can expect to see... Honestly, it's probably going to be another heavy weapons style gameplay. The thing about 4v4s is that the early game weapons don't scale very well in 4v4s. Because early game weapons have counterplay, and that counterplay can be completed by any player. Let's say anti-air. If every player on one team gets anti-air, then, well, rockets and mortars don't make it across, period. So, it doesn't really... You don't often see them. Instead, you have weapons... Instead, your teams rely on weapons that are more consistent. So things like lasers and cannons. Howitzers can also be shot down, but they're tanky enough that they can still make it across sometimes. So we are expecting to see heavy weapons from everyone involved. Question is only, what flavors? And which path do they take to get there? Team 1, blue team, on the left-hand side, developing some additional economic tech as in they're getting an upgrade center, which they fully intend to use for upgrading their economy. Red team on the right-hand side is skipping out on the upgrade center. Though Tree Force in the top fort for red team is getting both heavy weapon techs, which is very unexpected to me. Generally implies some Magna Beam shenanigans. So I don't know what to look out for there. I don't know what the plan is for the French team. You know, on the list of things I expected to see, that wasn't it. Though 15 Rider goes down to an EMP of all things. You love to see it, you hate to see it, but also you love to see it. Now, one of the things about the EMP, I typically call it the token EMP just because it's thrown out there almost every round. You just get one EMP, you get one EMP launcher, you throw it out a couple rounds, a couple volleys. And then you sell it, because it doesn't scale into the end game, and then at some point it becomes a liability. But it never really does real damage. It can delay some mines, delay some tech. But a full kill, that's new. That's the sign that someone was incredibly greedy. And that incredibly greedy player no longer exists. Here come the cannons. Moonshine Commander active for blue team. Sending those rounds all over Peel's base, shutting down most of his internal components. Whoa. Whoa. Everything's okay. Everything is okay. Ooh, Magna Beam cannon combo from on high. Hold up. This man did something. He changed his settings. Managed to... The frame rate is massively boosted. Is he tabbed in? I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. And... Oh! Ho, ho, ho! The reach around from behind and it... Oh, is it gonna domino? Okay, no explosives remaining. Oh ho ho. That was atrocious. Tree Force just styling under Benson. Okay. Alright. Now that was a shot. He's gonna do it again. He did it again! No. Alessio, the next to fall to the Magna Beam cannon. He's not even he's not even working with a teammate for that. He just straight up built both techs and is doing it all of himself. He's gonna try it again. He's gonna go for 3. Where's the hat trick? Give us the hat trick. Oh! He nails the shot perfectly, but I myself had just enough armor on his core to tank the cannon shells. I myself goes down to 81%, but that was a lot of internal damage he bled for that. And he just does it again. I am myself unable to sustain a second volley of that. This man is just dominating. Tree Force from on high. Okay. So, Hopser is the only remaining player for blue team here on the left. Tree Force has managed to annihilate everyone. At this point, Team 2 just has to survive long enough for Tree Force to just finish the fight. That's what's happening here. Tree Force going into all chat and saying he has no angle to hit the final remaining base, which I believe he is correct. He does not have an angle for that. Quite the difficult. Everyone on Team 2, on the right-hand side, everyone on the red team struggling to, or scrambling to readjust their weaponry to give a firing angle that can finish off the final remaining core. Oh, that was actually a beautiful Magna Beam attempt there. I just want to point out OG's cannon on the top, on the right side, second from top. This man angled his cannon down at like a 45 degrees. That's just crazy. Hopser's doing a great job of defending his core here. He's also doing a great job of re-expanding. That's it. Alright, so we gotta watch this shot. Here you go. Look at it. Look at it. Directly from behind. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. And then this man just does it 2 more times. Like I'm scrambling to defend, but it's too little too late. As in those cannon rounds come, and directly into the core. Oh, that's just absurd. And then he just does it again. This man doesn't stop. This is after he's received 1 hit already. So the armor is missing, as you can tell by the, broken struts on the inside. Oof. Devastating. Well, there's that round. That's 2 out of 3. The French team wins it. Le God Gunner is moving on to the next round. Alrighty then. Give us a moment to set up for the next round. Will be Clauales and company versus Team Eddie, which I suspect is going to be a wonderful match. Neat. Give us a moment while we set up the next round. Excellent. Alright. Oh, it looks like we have a substitution. Player changes. Alright, it looks like the players are here. We are almost ready for the next round. Clow versus Team Eddie. And it looks like the players are ready. The match is made. Let's do this. And we're off. Here we go. Round 1 between Team Eddie and Clow. So we have on the left-hand side is Team Eddie. Nils, Reabjik, Julian, and now Tar playing as the Pinchfist commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red, it is Team Clow. Kriegsoil, Dami, Clow, and Butterdog playing as the Warthog commander. As is customary for our 4v4 matches, we do reasonably expect this to go to cannons, or at least late game weaponry. Kind of skipping over the early game phase, although last round we did have someone get eliminated by an EMP of all things. Right at the beginning. You don't see that every day. I'm certainly in the unexpected category for everyone involved. My biggest question is which players go with the upgrade center and which players don't. I do appreciate this sniper. Snipers from both sides now. We do have some early flak out here for Team 2. I'm not sure if something spooked them or if they... Okay, no, it's just going to be shotgun upgrades. It does look like Team 2 with the Warthog is going to have a little bit of the earlier aggression. We see a pair of swarm missiles in development as well as shotguns. So we're looking to see some map suppression out of Team 2. With a nuclear option. From this position, those nukes will be available to get shot out of the sky by everyone on Team 1. So that's not as strong a position as it was in the previous round. However, it will work. Or at least can work for the purposes of causing a threat. Unsurprisingly, Team 1 is investing heavily into heavy weapons. Expect to see cannons and howitzers and lasers. Mostly lasers from Team 1. There's like lasers across the board, in fact. Oh. Swarm missiles launched and revealed. Team 1 was completely unprepared for those swarm missiles. However, the swarm missiles deal no damage by virtue of Team 1 not being greedy and getting basic defenses. And there's the laser. Opening volley. Cutting through armor, but not breaking any of the juicy internals. Double nuke out of Team 2. Honestly, despite Team 1 being pinch fist, the sheer firepower they have available to them is just less than that for Team Clow. Like, Team Clow has more cannons, more... Though, I must say, that laser angle was disgusting and just wiped out an entire core. Not even I expected that, let alone Clow, who is now eliminated. And unfortunately, Clow had double howitzer in a beautiful position, like a position that would have been potentially game-winning for Team Clow, and yet it's just gone. It's all gone now. His teammate Krieg is trying to reclaim it, but that is not likely to happen here. He has very limited... Good lord. The man opened his plasma beam door to fire, and it got immediately double sniped by 2 different players. Whoa, and there goes another player. But what's this? Cloud's managed to reclaim the base of his fallen friend. And now it is Kriegsoil who will be committing howitzer upon the opponents. Or not. Or he's gonna get eliminated by Buzzsaw. That's the more likely scenario, I think. Oof. Oh, it is rough. It is really rough out there. And down he crumbles. His stability tech fails very slowly. That was a very slow crumble. And yet, crumble he did. Clow is eliminated, and so Team Eddie continues their victory streak. All they have left to do is conquer the final remaining core, Butterdog, the last remaining player for Team Clow. Let's see how long it takes them to complete this task. I'm willing to bet not very long. Because, they are shredding. Oh, and they get a bus underneath, igniting the core. Oh, and it reignites. Another one gone. Yeah, okay. Oh, he's going for a walk. Butterdog going for a walk. And he's gone. Eddie wins round 1 in this best of 3. Here's a quick replay of the events. He's going for a walk once more. Oof. And he's gone. Look at this laser shot. He reconnects, aims, and then hits the back side of the core. But it just touches the core, just over the defenses, and ends it. That was the start of a very painful round. Alright, the sides have been swapped. Give us a moment to set up for the next round, and then we will jump into the action. The next map will be on Sacred Dunes. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready, because I know I am. And so are these players. We're jumping into the next round right now. We're up to rounds 2 in this best of 3. How have you done this? How have you done this? Like, actually. Oh my god, I don't know that I've seen that, like, yet. Okay. Yeah, something has got real scuffed there. Give us a moment. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Matches restarted. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready because these players certainly are. As we're off into round 2 in this best of 3. Is here we have on the left-hand side, it is Clow facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. It is Eddie. Eddie is up 1-0 in this best of 3, where we have a mirror match. You heard that right. We have a Hurricane Commander selected for both sides. Now, this does mean that this is about as even as a match as it can get, and I do realistically expect there to be basically just a heavy weapons rush for both teams. We have seen some instances of earlier weapons, swarm missiles annihilating a team, an EMP annihilating a player, but realistically, it's just the it's heavy weapons. The meta for 4v4s is heavy weapon spam, and that's for good reason. And that is not going to be changing here in this match. No. The real question is, what are those weapons going to be, and who is going to get punished for doing something silly? Julian is getting super greedy. Julian, the lowermost fort for red team, Team Eddie on the right-hand side. Could potentially be punished, though unlikely. A brave man, that Julian, getting super greedy to the point where he could be eliminated entirely by a buzzsaw, but he himself is building a buzzsaw. Looks like no one is noticing, nor looking to punish him. Understandable. There's the token EMP, taking out a wind turbine. That happens every so often. I like the addition of multiple flak sources. Probably shotgun upgrades here in a moment. Yeah, shotgun upgrades there in a moment. I like the addition of the multiple shotguns for Team Clow. That's a blue team, left-hand side, lowermost fort. He's playing a very support role. His job is not to deal the damage, but instead to prevent the rest of the team from taking damage. Oh. Greedy plasma placement nearly gets taken out, as the shotguns from below are just being obnoxious, which is a very shotgun thing to do. This man is being a gremlin, just sniping out exposed internals left and right. Making me happy. That's a dummy on the shotguns, by the way. Across the board, we have a smattering of... We have a spread of heavy weapons being placed and constructed. Howitzers for both of the topmost forts. Lasers for both of the second top. The biggest differences, at least between the teams, comes from the lower forts. Whereas both the lower forts for red team are going for plasma weaponry, or waste energy weaponry. Whereas the forwardmost lower fort for blue team is going basically shotguns into cannons. Very defensive team support role. And the rear lower fort for blue team is just going straight up cannons. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. And there's a door snipe. Firebeam destroyed. Oh, that was close. Very close, but he holds it. If there's any follow-up into that laser, Kriegsoil might have a problem. Nope! Follow-up straight into the core. Even worse, Kriegsoil is annihilated, eliminated by plasma from below. Kinda surprised he didn't do some armor adjustments after seeing where the previous round was aimed. Oh, that's a beautiful shotgun. That's some reaction time right there. But honestly, the top player for Team Eddie, that would be Tar, is setting himself up for an incredibly devastating volley. With the double howitzer plus 20 mil. Everyone involved is in great danger. Shotgun lands. And it lands again. Plasma penetrates pretty deep, but Clow, the topmost player for blue team's got enough armor to just tank it all. Following up with a second. Tar's sitting there on the 20 mil waiting for it to fire. Ow, if he hops off it just as it fires. Oh no. If only, if only. Team 2 decided to focus on the topmost player, or rather, red team decided to focus their fire onto Clow, the topmost player for blue. It's going to leave Clow in a rough position. The amount of firepower available to red team is more than blue can handle if it's focused. If they all fire upon the same target, he may be able to survive for a limited amount of time, but that time is limited. It's at this point, it's just a mathematical issue. There's not enough metal, not enough wood available to reconstruct lost damage. Something is going to penetrate, as is. Clow is selling off his internals and his weapons just to stay alive and to fund his further survival. But regardless of whether Clow is eliminated here, just firing those shots and hitting him directly in the front has dealt massive damage, just because of how much he's had to sell off. He's set him back by minutes worth of reconstruction. Plural minutes. And that's it. This is a double. Is that not a double? That looked like it was falling directly. Oh my god. It's not a double. It's close. It's certainly softened him up enough for triple plasma to burn directly to his core. That's a lot of damage. Well, well, well. Team Clow. It's been a back and forth, as you can see here. Those cannons still doing good damage. But at this point, the amount of firepower available to red team is far more than the final remaining core can handle for Team Blue. At this point, Butterdog, he's just out for spite. He's looking to do what he can in his final stand. I'm wondering which player will get the final hit. The final shot into Butterdog's base. Butterdog at this point has suffered so much damage that I don't think he can actually afford to fire his cannons. Not really. So I think this is just it. I think this is how it ends, right here. Yeah. There it goes. Death by laser beam, as Team Eddie wins once again, and with that, they win the best of 3, 2-0 over their opponents. This is the shot that changed it all. Look at that. Not even a piece of armor. Not even a piece of metal in front of that core. And so just like that, it's over. Alright. Give us a moment while we move on to where we get set up for the next match. We'll be doing Team Cannon Lords versus Legard Gunners. Yes. The players are here. Alright, I believe the bans are already done, so it's just a matter of kicking things off once the players have rated up. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, away we go. Now we're off to round one in this best of three. Where here we have on the left hand side, it is team... Is that reversed again? We have Though 15 Rider, Treeforce, and Peel. Peel and OG on the left hand side in the blue, playing as the Armadillo Commander. Whereas on the right hand side in the red, it is Per, Lewis, Zeb, and I don't know how to read that. playing as the Architect Commander. The HUD in this instance is reversed. It is Guard Gunners on the left, and Cannon Lords on the right. And we'll keep that in mind as we go forward. What I'm looking out for here is which players and teams will be going for economic upgrades at the start, and which ones will be going directly to weapons. It looks like everyone on Team 2 is going for the economic option, which is not a surprise. As the Architect Commander, they get bonus build speed, so they can relatively safely go for economic upgrades without getting too far behind or just getting out momentumed and domino and letting the other team run away with the game. Whereas on the blue team on the left, that'd be Guard Gunners, we see two of their players going for economic upgrades, two of them going directly to heavy weapons tech. There we go. Thank you. And that's the proper team orientation. Something is changing their stream settings. I can tell. The token EMP being annoying as ever. A couple of shotguns going up for Team Cannon Lords on the right hand side. That EMP being a lot more effective than I expected it to be. Ah, yes. Lag. Someone's internet once again timing out. This is one of the consequences of doing a larger competition. More players. More players means more sources of chaos. Fortunately, Forge is very good at allowing players to rejoin. Give us a moment, let the players rejoin, and then we can carry on. Question from chat: what do I think of the caffeine-fueled Forts YouTuber that is Cloud? When it comes to talking about people in general, I tend to avoid it. Not because I have reservations about commenting on people or personalities, but because it is a topic that is often meaningless, with the exception of causing some sensationalized drama. If you have a specific question, then I mean, go for it. But if we're talking about what is your question? What do I? If all you have to ask is, what do you think of? I have a lot of thoughts about a lot of things. You're gonna have to narrow it down. If you want me to answer a question that has any meaningful value, if you want to respond that has any meaningful value, otherwise I'm gonna just, pull up the latest horoscope and read in the general direction and give you an effective answer to that one. Oh Lord. So it would seem that this is taking longer than usual, which is unfortunate. I'm half expecting the baguette to appear again. But this is Salzwerk, so maybe it'll be, I don't know, a schnitzel? The game paused? Yes. Players disconnected. It'll be another, hopefully not more than another minute. We've got a timer going, and then we'll have to shut it down, or at least carry on without him. What was your opinion on who should have won the early game? In this round? Oh. No one was fighting for the early game. Is likely, yeah, we're gonna have to do a. Alright. What that means? He's back. He made it. He made it just in time. I was looking at the timer like, all right, we're gonna have to let it go. But no, he's back, and away we go. After an extensive but successful pause, we've once again restarted. Just in time for heavy weapons to still be on production. So away we go once more. We see cannon towers going up for everyone involved. Tree Force is once again doing the double cannon magna beam. He skipped out on eco as he kind of necessarily has to in order to get weapons out in any reasonable time frame, before the round ends. Whereas on the right hand side, Lewis has got 3 cannons placed, which is going to deal wonderful damage. The question then becomes, will Tree Force be able to do the wraparound shot, or will Lewis slap Tree Force out of the game? Typically, if someone's doing something silly like what Tree Force is doing, the solution is you just remove them from the game. Also, both vulnerable players on the red team, Team Cannon Lords, that's to say the top 2 players, Per and Lewis, appear to be aware of Tree Force's shenaniganery and are defending themselves against it. As you can see, Tree Force has fired those shots, and it did in fact destroy a cannon, but it did not destroy the entirety of Lewis's fort, which is kind of what it's relying on. Additionally, it's at like 7.5 minutes, and Lewis is still not ready to fire his cannons. Not because he didn't build them, but because he didn't build doors on them, which is a choice. And 3 cannons. I was kind of surprised it didn't break anything. There we go, new target to Pure. But Pure 2 is defended against the attack. The cannons are flying, but no one is dying. The Magna Beam, Tree Force's Magna Beam has been destroyed, and Lewis is taking this opportunity to remove his hat. And also he has 4 cannons now, so Tree Force is just suffering the wrath of the 4 cannons. Cannons are flying. I am impressed at the amount of damage that has not occurred. Like, everyone is sitting on a multitude of cannons or lasers, and forts are still standing here. Like, the fewest amount of cannons on board is 4, with a 5th in production. Everyone has, like, okay, you have, was that 5 lasers on one fort, 4 cannons and a 5th on the way there, 4 cannons and a 5th on the way there, 6 lasers on your fort, 6 cannons on your fort, and just everyone's still alive. This is impressive. The amount of armor tanking and general survival. The only reason this is happening is because there's not a lot of focus fire going on, because otherwise it would be bad. Generally speaking, the God Gunners, left side blue team, are gradually getting chipped away faster than they're expanding. Kinda, sorta. There's at least core damage going out there. Tree Force taking a couple core hits down to 74%. Oh, that's so many cannons going into him. That's another hit. Once again, Tree Force loses his Magna Beam. Oh! Magna Beam backfiring. Lewis taking advantage of Tree Force's destroyed Magna Beam to give him the wraparound shot, taking out a couple turbines and a mine in the process. That's a lot of damage. Oh. He can't keep taking shots like that. Tree Force. He's running out of money. He's selling off his own cannons before bad things happen. Like, he just can't sustain that kind of damage. But he's doing the right thing. He's doing the right call. He's selling off his cannons and selling off his fort and reconsolidating so that he doesn't have to lose anything. He doesn't have to defend as much and doesn't have to have its components destroyed. Just 3 more cannon rounds go into the same door. You know, I must say, OG is doing a good job there of defending his teammate. He's throwing up that extra. He's consistently throwing up that extra armor on top, just to help the tank for his teammate who's getting blasted. And mortars. You'll love to see it. Mortars from below. Oh, a door snipe. Red team losing a laser beam to a door snipe. Dude, Tree Force has thrown like 7, 8 doors on one laser. Oh, but the mortars are making it through. You know, the mortars are one of the highest cost to damage ratios, or damage to cost ratios. They're just the most cost efficient weapons in the game, and they actually have incredible DPS. And they do actually manage to punch through the 15 Riders' armor and take out a cannon. Of course, they paid with their lives, but still. Also, you know, the cannon stack, it still grows. He's now starting to replace some of his cannons with howitzers to increase that DPS. Honestly, I don't know that it's worth trying to continue shooting at Tree Force. Having to punch through 2 players with the armor is a lot. Looks like we might actually be getting some focus fire here. If any team manages to focus fire, I think we could see the removal of individual players. Oh, it's crumbling! Oh, it's crumbled and it's gone! That was mostly a self-destruct, just the base coming crumbling down by virtue of too much weight. Of course, it was assisted. It was impacted by the recoil of, well, a fair few things, but still. But with one player eliminated and the follow-up removal of the remaining mines from the base, Team 1's going to be in a rough position here. Quadruple howitzer. That's a lot of damage if it gets a follow-up with pretty much anything. Oh my god. 2 cannons still. Oh my god. It's not enough. There it is. Finally, the focus fire with the laser beams is enough to remove a cannon. The rest of them are being sold off so they don't get destroyed. But that'll be the first domino, or should I say the second domino? Though 15 rider breaking was the first domino. And the focus fire onto the second, to the upper forward base, I guess, is the next shot that's gonna ruin Team Blue, the God Gunners. And there it goes. Peel collapses off the back of many laser beams and cannons, all focused into the same spot. It's just so much damage. Oh. The plasma is behind like 9 doors and still got sniped by the cannon. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A whole host of mini gunners suppressing the anti-air for blue team. That means it's howitzer time. The question is, where are those howitzers going to go next? Directly into Tree Force. And he's gone. OG is the final remaining player for the God Gunners in this round. And he's not long for this world because those weapons are going to come off cooldown and it's going to be a lot of damage. Well, the machine gunners are trying, but directly to the core it all goes. And there it is. Yeah. Look at those damage numbers! Lewis had 251,000 damage. That's a lot of damage. Holy smokes. Yeah, that was a slogfest. That whole thing was a slogfest, and it was satisfying. So this was an interesting defeat because it was a crumble defeat. Like it was. Yeah, so he's selling off some of his. All right, I see what he's trying to do there. He was trying to reformat the internal components of his base, and he got distracted by it. He got distracted by taking hits. And then it all came crumbling down. So that was just a building unforced error, causing, you know, catastrophic defeat. Re-engineering failure. This one was death by fire spread. Because he took a lot of damage, and then, yeah, the fire detonated the batteries, causing a chain reaction and ripping off all of his foundations. Which was, you know, insane to see. All right, so it looks like we're ready to jump into the next round. Or not. In the middle of the countdown, the internet dies again. Classic, classic. If only. Internet, why? His PC died. Uh-oh. Alright, that means it's time for this. Music. Now we have 2 down. Oh no. Do we win by forfeit? Alright, so we're still waiting on the return. Ice will be 5 hours long. Icefall is the next match, yes. And it will indeed be a slow start. I do fully expect to see plenty of tier 3s in this. At least, I'd be surprised if there weren't. Will I do a community fortress after this? No, unfortunately. I'm still not RTS capable. I'm still wearing soft casts and braces on my arms to prevent reasonable mouse and keyboard usage. So we will be doing something a little bit more casual. Which is a funny way of putting that, because, you know, Forts is, you know, peak casual game, but still, it still demands some degree of mouse accuracy, as well as, speed. Once again. Okay, he notices. Good. This man is on top of things. Mods and Legard Gunners. Good job, Salzwerk. Alright, well, here we have it. On the left-hand side, it is Team Cannon Lords, facing off against their opponents. On the right-hand side, in the red, it is Legard Gunners. Wait, no, this is OG Cat. Is this OG? No, yeah, this is Salzwerk. Okay. And yes, we are in fact playing on ice wall. This means there is a dense structure of metal in the center. That will delay early aggression and similar options. On this map, there's a couple notable consistencies, just because they are very strong strategies, so you'll typically see them. Owning the middle is a fairly substantial advantage. Usually, you'll have a player go do that. I assume Peel knows how to do that, and will do that at some point soon here. He's in the position to do so. Additionally, there's always dangle-based aggression from the forward two forts, shooting underneath the central pillar. Additionally, the top bases can actually fire over the pillar with cannons and drop shots on each other. For the purposes of cannons, the top bases are in direct line of sight. Despite lasers not having direct line of sight, cannons do have direct line of sight, like unhindered. So those two bases almost exclusively go cannons and just fire upon things. Given the positions of the middle two forts behind the central, well, island, you very, very often see tier 3s. As they have plenty of time to build tier 3s, and tier 3s can fire upon any target. And given the sum total of these options, what very often, oh, that looks like he's going to capture the middle. Given the sum total of these options, you can just have a fully operational and incredibly lethal build for every single player without needing to break the center. And because at least 2 players don't want to break the center for each team, if you have a team that just goes cannons, tier 3s, and under the table shenanigans, there'd just be times where no one ever even wants to break the central wall. So we may never actually see breaking of the central wall. That just may not be a thing. However, I think that's not going to be the case in this match in particular. Specifically because we see 2 players for Team Legard Gunners, the right side, going for nukes. Because they're going for nukes, they do actually need to break the middle in order to get through. And that will be a thing which happens soon. presumably. By soon, I mean in about 60 seconds. The two rear forts for both teams are in fact going for cannons. This does not surprise me. And you can see the both forts for what is on the left side, the blue team fort, the forwardmost fort is going for under to the table shenanigans. They have shotguns and rockets dangling below the ice wall, the obstruction. Whereas on the right hand side, he's building a magna beam first, and I don't know what to do with this information. Oh. Okay. They're going to send the nukes through the middle section, and then use the magna beam to to drop those nukes onto the forwardmost base of their opponent. Okay, I see what they're doing there with that. Okay. Yeah, that's a dangle. That's a dangle right there. It is about time for those nukes to be firing. At least one of the players is capable of firing them at this point. It looks like Peel wants to try connecting to the mid. I don't think he can realistically get away with that at this stage of the game, but it looks like he wants to. Oh no, okay. That's an interesting idea. Oh, that's terrifying. That's new, and I love that. I have not seen that before. He's built a position such that he can be targeted by his teammates. So the missiles fly through his own base, where he can then drag those missiles back on course with the magna beam. That's just disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. He's doing it again. This is ridiculous. The amount of madness you would need to counteract this. My question is, what is Peel actually going to do in terms of offensive options himself? But we do see Cannon Lords beginning the firing sequence of their cannons. It looks like Cannon Lords also have some Tier 3 defenses, whether defenses against Tier 3s, but the God Gunners, their opponents, are not developing Tier 3s at all. Not even a little bit. Double missile launch. Oh, that's a lot of damage. And the sniper follow-up does some more damage. It's chipping away at his core. 25% and dropping. 10%, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, yes it will. Sniper, do it. Sniper, do it. And there's the finish. Just like that, Team Cannon Lords loses a player to nukes from below, which is just not something I expected to see. Not even a little bit. Now, however, the loss of the forwardmost core means that there's no worthwhile target in that position anymore. And with no worthwhile targets, those nukes are now going to have to go through the front door, which means knocking open the central pillar. We can see that happening now. The pillar is now opened, and now the nukes will fly directly across the midline. It manages to snake through the flak and machine guns alike. Connecting to the middle is banned this tournament. Ah, okay. So we will not be seeing any mid connections. Understandable. That does make sense. You know, those fire beams from Peel are very effective at burning cannons out of the sky. It's not stopping OG from taking some hits here, though. Nuclear launch detected. Yeah. The anti-air wow. Not even a single swarm missile, not even a single mini missile made it past the midline there. Standard cannons though from Cannon Lords. Just doing some good damage. Though 15 Rider is once again down a massive amount of HP. Total of 11% in his core remaining. Oh dear. Oh, the nukes make it across and impacts. They rend the armor, completely strip the cannon tower. Zeb's cannon tower specifically of all armor, but there's not enough follow-up. The question is, will the nukes be able to make it this time? The answer is kinda, sorta, not really. A splattering of damage around. The cannon tower is once again stripped of armor, but one of the cannons is sold off. So that's some real damage dealt. Those fire beams are a problem for everyone. One shotgun, 2 howitzer projectiles taken out. You'll love to see it. You hate to see it, but you'll love to see it. You know, knocking down the rest of the front of that, oh, what just happened there? Did you get door sniped? I missed it. Either way, Lewis takes a pretty nasty hit, loses the cannon, and his core is down to 53%. He's just sitting there with the fire beams, preventing all cannons from getting through. Ooh, Zeb. Getting penetrated by the fire beam, igniting his core, taking a few % off. Just a little bit off his reactor. The central island is getting attritioned away. It's kind of collateral damage. Random spread dictating that it'll take a hit every now and again. Here comes some more missile launch. There's a lot of missiles flying. Peel's entrenched and very well protected magna beam or fire beams are the only thing keeping the Cannon Lords from ending this game. Oh! That looked like a self-collapse. Was he trying to reconstruct? He had to have been trying to reconstruct something. Cannons. With 4 fire beams, he can have nearly 100% uptime. With those defenses. Just shutting the cannons down. And that's going to give his teammate plenty of time to reconstruct his defenses around his core. Some beautiful drop shots. Peel loses a pair of fire beams. The main thing keeping Peel in this game right now is that central pillar. The fact that it still has chunks of metal and he's able to hide behind it is what's keeping him out of the line of fire. And for so long as he's out of the line of fire, Peel is able to shut down a majority of Team 1's cannons. I believe Team 1 has recognized that Peel is the major threat to their progress, but they haven't quite dedicated their time to removing the central pillar yet. They're still trying to work around it. Just snaking their shots around the edges of Peel's base right now. Taking out a couple fire beams, a few struts here or there. But nothing that's going to actually end it. Or at least nothing that's going to strongly damage Peel's ability to defend his teammate. Ooh. But that nuke goes drunk and gets sent directly into the central pillar, taking out another chunk of it. And with a cannon follow-up shaving off the top, it looks like Peel is largely vulnerable, or at least his weapons, namely those fire beams, are now vulnerable to direct fire from the cannons, which is going to present a problem for Peel. Peel recognizes this and starts investing heavily into armor plating. That'll keep him alive for the moments, but that heavy plating is going to be tested immediately. Another fire beam falls. Yeah, those fire beams are still... They really need to focus on taking down Peel. His weapons are now exposed. massive damage. That's a heavy hit. Peel takes some internal damage. But Peel is able to recover and reconstruct his defenses. Another penetration. Peel takes more internal damage. Whew! That buzzsaw saw its life flash between its eyes. The cannon burned out within inches of its face. One nuke makes it, but impacts on an extremity. No real damage. So many cannons being burned out of the air. So many cannons being burned out of the air. And Peel is responsible for most of it. Another firebeam falls. I'm surprised that blue team, Team Cannon Lords, isn't focusing their fire against Peel specifically. Like the top four, certainly it can aim some of those. Maybe his design, maybe his base layout doesn't permit him to aim that far down. He doesn't want to re-engineer, but his cannons are largely ineffective at this point. His Peel is just shutting it down like near completely. Ah! Cannon going around the world, eh? So close, so far away. All 5 cannon rounds burned out of the sky. Those nukes are making it. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Zeb goes down, and Zeb was the one who had had a line of sight onto Peel. That's going to leave Team 2 largely uncontested in terms of map pressure. As Peel is able to just effectively, completely lock down the remaining cannon player for Team Cannon Lords, and then that's it. The God Gunners will be able to just fire indiscriminately. And so they come crumbling down. And there it is. The God Gunners wins round 2 in this best of 3. That was very well played. I loved that shot from Peel right at the beginning. Just the nuke. The reach around nuke. Only to get finished off by the sniper. Watch this. And it all comes crumbling down, taking out the foundations. That was beautiful. Peel once again becoming the master of memes. happens. It's just pen the armor and go straight in. That's so many batteries next to his core. Yep. Nuke destroying foundation, causing cannons to collapse onto his own core. A classic experience. There's just nothing left, and it goes just laser beam straight to his core. Yeah, I'm taking too much damage. And there you have it. Victory. Well played. You know what that means. It's time for round 3 in this best of 3. All right. That was good. I liked that. I liked that round a lot. That made me happy. For several reasons. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the third and final round of this best of 3 between Cannon Lords and Legard Gunners. This time we'll be playing on the most vanilla map. It's vanilla. Sounds Valk, you did it again. You gotta swap the nameplates. That's wrong. Why is it so hard to type with braces on your hands? As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Legard Gunners, playing as the Architect Commander, facing off against their opponents. On the right-hand side, in the red, it is Armadillo, or rather, Cannon Lords playing as Armadillo. The snipers doing sniper things. Okay, so given the commander choices, I expect this opening bit to be very passive. both of these commanders want their games to go late. While there's clearly a hefty amount of sniping going back and forth, we're not talking about real damage being dealt here. It's more of just fort tickling, turbine harassment kind of stuff. We do see an EMP. We actually see a pair of EMPs out of Pure on the right-hand side, which is more than just your typical token. And still. There's the sniper. And EMP lands. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, that's double EMP slamming into the front of Peel's fort, which Peel, I'm sure, is very unhappy about. As Team Legard Gunners is getting EMP'd. Oh no, those are upgrading to rockets. It's gotta be a rockets out of Legard Gunners. I'm sorry, out of Cannon Lords. In a 4v4? I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that at all. It just means that we're gonna see hefty chunks of anti-air coming down from on high. And immediately, immediately the shotgun is removed, as is all of the rocket projectiles flying out of the air. So, unfortunate. But a quick fire beam plasma beam combo almost eliminates one of the cannon lords. For once, Tree Force not going for the upgrade center, just as the rest of his teammates did, and instead just going a classic fire beam plasma beam combo rush, and almost taking 2 kills, or should I say, coming a hair's breadth from taking an elimination twice back to back. So this is interesting. Now, it is worth noting that Cannon Lords on the right-hand side, they are the Armadillo Commander. The whole gimmick is being able to take hits and recover from them. So, while this is they definitely are at a tempo disadvantage. They're not by any means out of the game. As long as they don't get their cores sniped or have something critical lost, they should be okay here. Legard Gunners are not making a concerted rush toward heavy weapons. 2 out of 4 of their players don't even have a heavy weapon placed. Though 15 Rider, the topmost fort for Legard Gunners on the left in the blue, he's going up to 4 cannons, so he's going with the Tower of Power there. The Tar Tower. Lewis on the right side, who has been doing a wonderful Tar cosplay every single round this match, only has 3 cannons in his own tower. So he is getting out-cannoned. But the game is still young, and there is time for things to change. But tempo definitely goes to Legard Gunners on the left side. In the blue. Dear. The snipers. They snipe quite violently. And burning out of the sky. This time it's Zeb doing the anti-cannon fire beam strategy. Oh, snaking that shot between the defenses. Zeb loses half of their turbines. That'll slow down the energy production and also the weapons usage. Another hefty hit. Turbines are being destroyed for both teams. Just by the dozen, it would seem. Not quite dozen, but just by the half dozen, which is almost as bad. There goes another half dozen turbines. The God Gunner's starting to peter out here a little bit, dwindling in their damage output. Probably something to do with the rampant loss of turbines. But once again, OG getting bullied is what's happening there. Door snipe. Tree Force loses a plasma. Howitzer from below. Okay. Zeb a little entirely out of energy. Not a surprise given he too has been bullied. Very little focus fire out of any team present. Cannons are flying. Turbines still dying. But everyone's okay. Well, the howitzer didn't make it across. That's a good save for the God Gunners. Blue team keeping themselves intact from that one. We see minigunners upgraded for Team 2, Team Red. And... oh, that's a broken defense. Those are AP minigunners. Shout out to the AP minigunners. Pure, what is that? Not pure, that is... I still don't know how to read that name. Cannon Lord's bringing out the AP minigunners, doing some damage with them. Still no focus fire from the team, but at this point Lewis is starting to run away with the cannon stack. Oh, we're getting some focus fire. Oh, that might do it. Oh, he's out of energy. Oh, he's out of energy. Oh no. It's not enough, but he's going to get... Oh, there it is. It is enough. And down he goes. Though 15 Rider loses the cannon stack battle and collapses himself and almost takes out his teammate with him. Treeforce suffering, well, his teammate collapsing on top of himself on his fort. That looks like the beginning of the end. Vanilla is especially snowbally. You get the domino effect, sometimes and very often, literally. One fort collapsing on top of the next as they chain react and, well, domino their way down. Alright, and more AP miniguns doing AP minigun things. These players making a lot of internal components because, well, they have to. And so those AP miniguns are getting good value. So many cannons flying. Yes, at this point, Lewis is aiming his cannon stack down. And, oh, there's a collapse. Another cannon stack falls. And just like that, the God Gunners are being picked apart. In this decider, this is the third match in this best of 3. And it looks like the Cannon Lords are going to be victorious as the God Gunners are being knocked down. One by one. Oh, and those cannons are coming from on high. That's dangerous. They're focusing their fire now onto Peel in the lowermost fort. His defense is mostly shattered. He's able to reconstruct some of it. But Peel does not have the money, nor the stability, to carry on with this reconstruction effort. As another volley of cannons comes in, he tanks it again. Holy smokes, how are you alive? Oh, his base is leaning dangerously. Real dangerously. Everything is on fire. Looks like Peel no longer has reasonable amounts of armor in front of his core. And there it is. A cannon from on high finishes him off, leaving Treeforce as the final remaining bastion of spite in this game. As the Cannon Lords are bearing their cannons down upon their target, the God Gunners will be removed one cannon shell at a time. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Just like that, ladies and gentlemen. The cannons win it. Very, very well played. That will be the Cannon Lords victorious in this best of 3. Yes, this top for the first domino. Is it the fire beam that did it? That finally broke it? Yep. The fire beam reigniting. Did you see the cannon just like bounce out? Look at it. It just burned. The fire beam just burned the strut, causing it to collapse right at the last moment. Yep, and it's just gonna pop, and the whole thing comes crumbling down. There it goes. And then just watch the cannon get bounced out of the base. It just pops up and falls into his foundation. He survives this, by the way. Like, look how much stress is in the base. That's his stability tech coming in and keeping him intact. Or at least keeping him upright. Because that's a tough one. That's a lot of damage. Most players would go down to that kind of impact. Alright then. Well played. There's no co-op on death? No. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, give us a minute while we move on to the next round. We're setting up the finals here between the Cannon Lords and Team Eddie. Just give us a couple minutes to get the players in and the match set up. We'll also need to do commander bound, so it'll take an extra couple minutes. Excellent. Alright, the players are here. First map will be a Ziggurat. Give us a moment to get the commander bands going, and then we will be jumping into the finals. I got a new mouse, Razer Death Adder version 3. I'm aware the version 4 is a thing, but I didn't feel the need for it. Version 3 fits my needs. It works. Alrighty then. I'm looking forward to this matchup. This matchup has got some really strong players. I'm excited for this one. What's going on? Am I missing something? Hmm. Alright, picks and bans are complete. The match is made. The players are ready. I hope you guys are ready for these finals, because I know I am. I'm about to kick it off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals, the final match. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Eddie playing as the Moonshine Commander. Playing against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red, it is Cannon Lords. Hot off the back of a victory, a devastating victory. They're playing as the Architect Commander. They say that Nils is gone. I don't believe them, for I see them here. Oh no. Okay. Looks like they are ready to go. Internet connectivity issues have been resolved. And we're off to the races. So I do expect, as I have said several times now, that because this is a 4v4 in the nature of it, it renders a lot of early game aggression kind of moot. It's kind of a strategic mistake, and while we have seen individual instances where they've done a little bit of damage, just kind of overall has not worked out well for anyone who's tried it. So this is going to be a later game kind of build for both teams. And the commander choices reflect this. Neither of these commanders are particularly aggressive in terms of later game builds. Moonshine is more of a suppressive commander, less pinpoints execution, more like general splash damage that prevents your opponents from doing anything, just full on lockdown, while you scale up to having an insurmountable advantage. On the other side, Cannon Lords on the right, in the red, are going with the Architect Commander, so they're the slow and methodical way up to work their way up to cannons, take a pit stop on every economic upgrade possible along the way, and then kind of tech switch into whatever is necessary for whatever, should I say, is best for progress. This is the expected behavior patterns for everyone involved. The question then becomes, how many upgrades will Team Eddie get? The answer appears to be everyone is going with it. Dude, that is a lot of lean, Mr. Nils. Okay, he's got it. That's a concerning amount of lean. It looks like everyone for Team Eddie in blue is going with an upgrade center. So we are going to see them going full upgrades, as we do also expect Carrion Lords going heavy into the upgrades. Lewis is once again in the topmost position, which renders him most liable to go for a ginormous cannon stack, as has been his favorite role. We do see token EMP. And Impact takes out the tech, or at least disables the tech. Shotgun follow-up takes out a pair of turbines. That's not fun, you know, for the receiving end, I should say. Oh my. Let's see, in terms of heavy weapon selection, kind of an odd choice, but 3 players for Team Carrion Lords, that's the team on the right in the red, are going for laser weaponry. On the other side, it's 3 players going for cannons, 1 player going for lasers. I'm not at all surprised to see lasers for the bottom 2 bases, and not at all surprised to see cannons for the top 2 bases. But having... I'm a little surprised to see double laser for the middle 2 bases on the right-hand side. Would have kind of expected at least one of them to be cannons. Just generally means that right-hand side is going to be at a disadvantage in terms of raw DPS, but at an advantage in terms of door sniping potential. Door sniping, very dangerous, though typically, and especially in 4v4s where everyone knows what they're doing and then everyone's going for a heavy eco style, you do actually need real DPS, like howitzers and lots of cannons, or else it's just super difficult to break through things. Because if you're relying on door snipes, your opponent can just, you know, not open their doors, and then they can do whatever they want, which usually involves getting more cannons. And that's bad. Or, you know, specifically redesign on their base such that if a door snipe happens, they don't lose everything. Also bad if you're the one doing lasers. But that's just a ridiculous amount of lasers. Yeah, look at that. That's Lewis up there on the right side with 4 cannons already placed. Oh. Julian is blue team's cannon stack player. Just placed his own 4th cannon. There go the fire beams. And there's a door snipe. Plasma on laser violence. First blood goes to Team Eddie. Though I must say, those fire beams for Cannon Lords did actually do real damage, or at least scary damage, not real damage. They hit the time. They're going for a timing attack. Timing attack is strong words. It's not at the usual timing, but the effect ended up being a timing attack, as they hit the howitzer while it was in production. And when a howitzer is in production, anti-weapon's in production for that matter, it cannot be repaired, and therefore it can be whittled away, and there's no counterplay that the victim can do other than either sell the howitzer or hardwall it very, very, very quickly. Team Eddie chose one of those 2 options. Just clean through. A pair of plasmas digging through. That's digging through his base and annihilating 3 weapons. Cannon Lords is taking damage, like real damage, and lots of it. One player has been completely disarmed. Another one's been partially disarmed. And yes, Cannon Lords is Architect, and yes, they can just suddenly dump all of their cash into instantly rebuilding things, but they have to have the cash to begin with. And yeah, they've upgraded the Rico, so they have more cash than usual, but it's still not enough to replace 3 weapons. It's enough to replace 1 weapon. It is what it is. The EMP effect splashing across Cannon Lord's bases. Very effective. The howitzers have revealed themselves, not that they were unknown before. Oh, that's rough. Per almost getting ripped off the front of his base by some foundation destruction laser from below. Honestly, I think Cannon Lords needs to tech switch out of lasers as soon as possible and into cannons. It's against Moonshine, between Moonshine EMP effect, general DPS deficiency, and the Moonshine energy shield doors, the laser spam from Cannon Lords is not going to work out. At this point, they're kind of relying entirely on Lewis with his cannon stack to do all the damage. And I don't mean most of the damage or some of the damage, I mean literally all the damage. Lewis needs to get every kill in this game. Really, it's every other player on Cannon Lords is relegated to defensive play and occasional door sniping, just suppressive kind of play. And frankly, Team Eddie it's just too many players. They don't need, they can fight back. They can fight fire with fire. And I think it's going to put Team Cannon Lords at a disadvantage for trying this. It's doable, and Lewis seems to be winning the cannon stack war, not at least of which in part because of the assistance with the fire beams from his teammates, but I am not persuaded that it's going to be enough, because things like this are going to happen, and suddenly 2 players who team Carrion Lords... Oh, that did it. Internal combustion. Nils goes down. Oh dear. I didn't actually expect that to go down. I'm gonna need to see a replay of that. Like, what exactly happened there? Was it just out of control fire? Unobserved? It had to have been an unforced error, right? Or did he actually land the focused fire? Hmm. And the cannon tower shall sing. The shotguns from below taking out 2 out of 3 howitzers, the laser getting the 3rd. Well done. The EMP, uncontested, flying across, shuts down the weapons once again. That's so much damage. Oh, hold up. Julian's been breached. Oh, and he comes crumbling down, and there it goes. 2 out of 4 players eliminated. Eddie's getting knocked around. Those cannons are now way too much. Lewis once again with his cannon tower. Just overwhelming firepower. Yes. That's just so much damage. It's so much damage. And the shotguns are suppressed, but one still goes. Wow, and the AA is enough to bring down 2 of them. The howitzers are not getting the value they need, as the cannons are coming down from on high. Ryabjik, the next on the chopping block for the Cannon Lord's focus fire, as his whole base burns. Explosions, secondary explosions, ripping through his base. That's a lot of damage. He still has a little bit of money in the bank, but there's not enough money to sustain. Well, I mean, I guess if you use the howitzer to defend against the cannon shells, that'll do it. That'll keep him alive another volley. Here comes another round of cannons. Surely that's it, right? Yes. Clean through. The cannons from on high. It's going kind of sort of exactly as I expected. The cannon tower just building tall enough till it ends the game. The question will be, how many shots? Oh, the laser's taking out all of those mines. That's, at this point, Taichu, no more eco. Yeah, he's not even repairing, he's letting it happen. He's letting it all burn down, and away it goes. And it's gone. Well done. Team Cannon Lords taking round 1 in this best of 3. As we move on to Vanilla 4v4. Is it best of 3 or is it best of 5? I think it's best of 5. Best of 5. Okay. Cannon Lords takes round 1 in this best of 5. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 2 in this best of 5. The sides have been swapped. Let's see what we get this time. Alright, here we have on the left-hand side, it is the Cannon Lords playing as the Armadillo Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Team Eddie playing as the Spook Commander. Armadillo, a bit more defensive in play. Spook, just kind of generalist. His whole gimmick is a steals, dirty, filthy thief. Steals money, therefore it works for everything. Whereas Armadillo's, it just doesn't die. At all. Not even a little bit. Nils, what is that? Why have you done that this way? Why are you like this? So at this stage, I'm looking for tells on which flavor of weapons they're going for. I do fully expect everyone to be going for heavy weapons here. The question is, what variations? Are we talking lasers? Are we talking cannons? Are we seeing any kind of meme-style options? Who's going for economy? Who's going for just straight weapons and suppressive? I fully anticipate everyone in the blue team will be going for the upgrade center, followed by massive eco. Similarly, we do see an upgrade center for everyone on the red team, Team Eddie. Managed to get a hit on that, managed to get a hit on that core. Impressive. Sniper's doing sniper things. We have a little while longer before the weapons really start to come out to play, as they're being placed right now. It seems to be a pretty even spread between, cannons and lasers across the board. Most interesting bits is we do see a howitzer in the lowermost fort for cannon lords. This means that it's the closest, it's there specifically because it's the closest distance, and because it's the closest distance, it is the fastest to cross, and thus the hardest to shoot down. Also, unsurprisingly, we see the cannon stackers and the top forts doing cannon stack things. Interestingly, Team Eddie is a little bit further ahead in terms of their cannon placement for the cannon stacks. There's no real major differences between them otherwise. I'm going to say, in general, Team Eddie is a bit further ahead in terms of their weapon placements. The exception being Cannon Lord's first howitzer. Oh, did you just have a... No, he didn't have a break. He's just rapidly expanding. Okay. For a moment, I thought things were going to get wild. Alright, the weapons are online. We might start to see the opening volleys here. Yes, first two shots have been sent. This typically initiates the violence. Looks like Cannon Lords is still being a bit restrained, as Team Eddie will continue to slowly ramp up the pressure. Firebeam getting involved now as well. But everyone across every team has at least a heavy weapon available to them. Okay, Carrion Lords needs to do something. Needs to do something soon. If Eddie is permitted to continue to fire uncontested, they're just going to annihilate a teammate. One of Cannon Lord's players. Cannon Lords needs to apply some pressure to at least slow down the damage output. And yet, they're not firing just yet. It's a pretty nasty hit. Cannon from on high. Takes out a fire beam and does some splash damage to the core. Cannon Lords now firing. Taking advantage of their own commander ability to repair things up in the wake of the, first couple volleys sent upon them. Looks like Pure's... Yep, I was gonna say, his armor is so thin that the fire beam is penetrating, and that's it. Purr goes down. Cannon Lords loses their bottommost player and with it their howitzer. That's not ideal. As it stands, Julian, the cannon stack player for Team Eddie, has more cannons than Lewis, the cannon stack player for Cannon Lords. While this is not the end-all be-all of cannon stacking domination, it is worth noting. Looks like Lewis is retargeting to the one of the Firebeam players of Team Eddie, presumably in an effort to prevent further scorching of his cannon shells out of the air. Oh, Magna Beam. Hello. Well, that backfired horribly, didn't it? Could have been better, could have been worse, I suppose. It's door snipe. Team Eddie loses a firebeam. One cannon makes it through, but one cannon does not defeat the armor on these forts. Clean knockout. Cannon Lords loses another fire beam. But at this point, Team Eddie just has substantially superior firepower. It's going to be a problem for Team Cannon Lords to handle. Another volley. And the door snipe. And it's Taichu with the fire beam. Taichu, the primary fire beam player for Team Eddie, has lost a plasma beam. And took a nasty hit to his core. Not the kind of thing he wants to happen. He wants to experience on a regular basis. Lewis is expanding to a fifth cannon, but his teammates are falling apart here. There goes another one. Only 2 players remain for Team Cannon Lords, while Team Eddie is still at full strength. Uh-oh. Weakness detected. Lewis is getting hit near his foundation. That's not good for Lewis specifically. In part because he really needs his fort to maintain strength. Like stability. And in part because he's spending so much on weapons that he doesn't have an excess to spend on defenses. Should I say, has spent so much on weapons that he doesn't have extra remaining in his bank to spend on defenses. But now that he's being hit directly by multiple players, he's going to need to spend on defenses or bad things will happen to him. Taichu takes another hit to his core. Whoa. That's a breach. Zeb's armor is breached. He's not long for this world. If he takes another volley like that, he's going to have internal damage. And I think Team Eddie knows this. Not quite landing their shots this time. Team Eddie splashes into different locations. Doesn't quite focus their shots into the same spot. What's little is left of Eddie's armor, it manages to tank it, but there's truly not much left. Oh, another penetration. And he goes down. Zeb falls. Lewis is the final remaining player. He's got a lot of damage output available to him, and he is doing damage to the opponents, but it's too little and certainly too late. Door snipe. And he's gone. Lewis falls. And with that, the match is the match is tied up 1-1. It's best of 5. Well played. Alright, next up we have one of your favorite matches. It's Battleships. Battleships XL, the big one. Give us a moment to get these players ready. Let them select their commanders. So we've got the next match starting up here in a moment. Alright, I hope you guys are ready, because these players aren't, and we're jumping into this next round right now. Let's do this. We are once more on Battleships XL, the big one, but this time, these teams are very similar and close to each other. They're starting out with some mortar fire. Seeing Team Cannon Lords replace their own starting mortars with some machine gunners looking like they're just trying to keep themselves alive. As the mortars are digging straight toward the Cannon Lords' cores. Are they selling off those mortars now? Yeah. Team Eddie is selling off those mortars now. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Cannon Lords playing as the Hurricane Commander, facing off against their opponents. On the right-hand side, in the red, it is Team Eddie. There is a pretty notable difference in the commander choice here. This commander choice matters. Like, is quite impactful on this map. Because Eddie is playing as Architect. Architect has two major features. One, their commander ability makes them build super quickly. So they can construct things, like say technology or whatever it is they're constructing, at twice the speed, which is very relevant here because there's always a lot of construction going on. And almost as importantly, it also comes with a passive effect that reduces the cost of wood. You may notice there is a lot of wood involved in these particular battleships in this map, more so than most. So having cheaper wood is a huge boost here. On the other side, Cannon Lords in the blue, left side, they're playing as a Hurricane Commander. Oh, failed core swing already. But as I was saying, Hurricane Commander gives double reload speed, which means all the weapons you have can get doubled up. As long as you have the energy for them, which is generally a good assumption given the turbine block. Massive array of turbines available on this map. That just means that you can get a ridiculous amount of firepower on a map that is already known for ridiculous amounts of firepower. And that can be incredibly important. Excellent, yes. Who gets the first accelerator out? I highly doubt there's going to be accelerator shenanigans this time. These players are not known for... Well, they are not known for having the personalities or the interests in that degree of meme, that degree of science in matches like this. That said, tier 3s are well within the expected behavior of everyone involved here, and we do see Team Eddie going for, it looks like 6 tier 3s, which is both common and I love to see it. We do have similar builds for everyone involved. Team Eddie is going for the howitzer variant, whereas Team Cannon Lords is going for the cannon variant. Cannon Lords, yes, doesn't quite have the same development's energy production, though isn't limited on by energy right now, so they're not probably a little bit more efficient, but they will need to scale that up when these weapons come online, and they are coming online right now, as they are also scaling up right now. Buzzsaws. It's worth noting that Team Cannon Lords has a trench for shotguns. No one has gone for any swarm missiles yet, at least not at this time. First cannons are sent flying. And with the commander ability active, all of those tier 3s which have been placed are now going to rapidly construct. I believe Team Cannon Lords is unprepared for the amount of tier 3. I think they're categorically unprepared for tier 3s, let alone the quantity of tier 3s that are about to come raining down upon them. And I'm not convinced they noticed the tier 3s going up. Oh no. This could be bad. Massive hit. Team Cannon Lords loses a chunk of their turbines. And another chunk of their turbines. They're going to have to immediately redo much of their defenses and base to be defended against tier 3s. It's a work in progress for them, but that is not something you want to be scrambling to do at this stage, at this point right here. More solid hits, and technology destroyed. Looks like Team Cannon Lords just lost their laser production facility in all of this. And while they're at it, lost a huge chunk of their forward defenses. All of their primary howitzer defenses, half their howitzer catcher, and all of their shotguns have been removed in the wake of massive kinetic firepower. All those turbines. Look at that massive turbine stack, and Team Eddie is still starved for power. They have to start upgrading those. Solid hits all around, but at this point, Team Cannon Lords is struggling to get DPS. They are undergunned pretty dramatically at that. What's even more telling is that Team Eddie has a huge advantage in economy. Not only do they have more mines, but they have about half of their mines upgraded, whereas Team Cannon Lords has none of that. And the tier 3s are running from on high, just taking out all of the anti-air, just destroying the entire tower as well as one of the cannons. This is... I don't see Team Cannon Lords coming back from this. They need a door snipe, or I think this just ends in the next 5 minutes. And the only reason it's going to take that long is because Team Cannon Lords they've got very strong players who know how to defend themselves. Kind of die slowly. Buzzsaws causing some deformation, but that's all it's causing. Here come the Howie rounds. Just breaking open the front door, taking out another cannon in the process, and ripping the armor off the rest of them. Laser follow-up takes out another cannon, and also chops down the anti-air tower once again. And it's over. And just like that, Team Eddie wins round 2 in this best of 5. Very well played. Yep. It's just a base crunching. Stressed braces. While Team, yep, they're trying to reconstruct here. Gets themselves some stability tech, and it's just they're adding too much weight, and it comes crumbling down. Are those tier 3s are going to land? Oh, no, wait. No, they just sold off. Okay, that was a concede. Never mind. It was crumbling, but it was actually a concede that finished it. Alrighty then, we will move on to the next round. Be playing on Sacred Dunes. That was particularly one-sided that round. Just howitzers into tier 3s was really what did it. Alright, the match is made. The players are readying up. By that I mean constantly pressing the ready button until they tire. Is everyone ready? Everyone has been ready at least once within the last 5 seconds. Alright, and we're off. To round 4 in this best of 5. As we have on the left hand side, it is Team Eddie. That's Taichu, Ryabjik, Julian, and Nils. Facing off against their opponents on the right hand side, it is Team Cannon Lords. This is now a Hurricane Mirror match. Fascinating. Okay then, here we go. A fun little side effect of Hurricane is that all of their structures build faster. It's not much, but it is a little bit % faster build speed. It does throw off builds just a little bit and escalates things. So we will very technically and probably have a faster rush to heavy weapons this time. In that last match, I think it's really the tier 3s that did it. As much as the howitzers did a lot of frontal damage and a lot of economic damage, the tier 3s doing that much turbine damage right at the start set them very far back. It also didn't help. So things started going wrong with after the dropped core. Now, dropping a core isn't that big of a deal, but they never properly recovered. And I say that because they didn't actually build all of their mines. That is, after the core dropped, they never rebuilt things properly. And so they just had less economy than Team Eddie did in that previous match. And so when the weapons started coming out, they were already pretty deeply on the back foot. And because they failed to notice the T3s before they landed, they took even more damage, like actual economic damage. And that resulted in a kind of death spiral from which they never recovered, where the howitzers were in front, keeping them honest, just doing damage at every possible opportunity, and the tier 3s just hitting everywhere else, sniping out quite critical components, from weapons and anti-air to turbines and even technology. If you recall the first time we saw that match, earlier in the tournament, one of the primary defenses against everything is using your own magna beam to attract and defeat enemy howitzers. They couldn't do that because they couldn't build magna beams. They couldn't build magna beams in part because magna beams are expensive and they didn't have much economy, and in part because the tier 3s actually sniped out the factory, the laser production facility, so they didn't have the tech available to build tier 3s. To put that in perspective. So they started out on a bad foot with a failed core swing, took critical damage with the tier 3s, and then the combo of those two things prevented them from properly defending, which just caused a spiral. So that was a very one-sided match, where yes, Team Cannon Lords had cannons, they were shooting back, but they weren't a meaningful threat at that stage. Like they had lost. They, for most intents and purposes, lost that game about like 5 minutes in. Is that... Didn't they fix that? That doesn't work, does it? Not that I can think of a reason why you'd want to do that. Self-charging? Dropping sandbags. Julian being a bully with the sniper. I appreciate the investment in the double howitzer. Well, it's only 6 on the clock, and yet we're seeing a lot of damage output. We're seeing actual damage output for both teams. Instead of them waiting until like 7:15. That's the hurricane effect for you. They just go faster. Oh! That might be it. Yep, that's one down. Well, there you have it. Team Cannon Lords losing the cannon battle. One player eliminated. Didn't drop any explosives or get sliced off his foundations, so Team Cannon Lords didn't lose 2 in the collapse. But that puts Team Eddie in a dramatic advantage. It's a wonderfully far position ahead of Team Cannon Lords. Now, Team Cannon Lords isn't out of it. As you can see, they still have weaponry, a fairly substantial amount of weaponry, including their own howitzers and cannons of their own. It's just going to be very difficult to stop the domino effect. Once that top player falls, it forces everyone else to focus fire into the player below them. Oh, and a beautiful door snipe. Also passing through the base and sniping out the rear mine, by the way, so that's hilarious. I don't know if I've seen that, I think, ever. He's punching through, touched the core. Nils, the forwardmost lower core for Team Eddie in the blue. His core is down to 33%. At 33%, he cannot take many more hits like that. Not even a little bit. Oh, howitzer shot out of the air. I thought that second one was going to land almost for sure. The shotgun got it. So many plasmas. Nils loses another 3%, knocking him down to 30%, below 1/3. And yet, he stands. God, Cannon Lords is just not able to get to really stabilize here. Per the rearmost player for Cannon Lords on the right. Oh, that did it! That's a full collapse. Well, almost a full collapse. Nils is eliminated, and that brings it down to a 3v3. But, man, that's still a rough position to be in for Cannon Lords. Momentum still goes in Team Eddie's favor. Just the general lack of firepower for Team Cannon Lords because of how suppressed they are. They're just going to get knocked out one by one at this rate. The rearmost player, Pure, he doesn't have any real weapons remaining. He needs to get new weapons in development as quickly as possible. He's kind of just relegated to a support role, and it's not enough, as you can see here. Zeb goes down. Like, it's a good back and forth, but it's not enough. Dude, the sniping from on high, devastating. I will say this, Lewis has been doing a wonderful job down in his position. It's not enough. Laser from the upper position just picking apart Lewis. And the sniper also from the upper position. The upper forts are just and that's it. That's armor penetration. Internal damage. Lewis loses a mine and some weaponry. I believe it's a battery that put in the process. It's not good. Another solid hit, but that's extraneous damage. That's on the expansion. That's bonus DPS removed. Looks like the upper bases for Team Eddie are reconstructing themselves to give them a better line of sight, as well as producing more weaponry. It's a clean miss. A solid whiff from Cannon Lords. Looks like Per is managing to get a weapon once again. The first time in a while. Mostly because he's not being targeted. At least not as much as he was. He's doing a good job of supporting the team where he can. He's got an incredible amounts of anti-air and is near single-handedly keeping his team in the game. Oh, that's a beautiful cannon drop. I was going to say, he's near single-handedly keeping the team in the game by removing the howitzers and the incoming damage, but I think he's earned the ire of the opponents for doing so and has nearly been ripped off of his foundations for it. He's still barely hanging on, as in, his core was literally falling and he caught it on the way down. So he's not long for this world, even if only because he's suffering an extreme amount of deformation. All this time, Lewis has been trying to do damage where he can, and to his credit, he has been dealing damage. It's not enough. Pure finally managing to get a threatening attempt on a door snipe. Doesn't land it. Lewis trying to do the same also doesn't land it. Both of them under real threat of being door sniped themselves, and Pure is out of money. He's out of money, doesn't have his armor reconstructed. The next volley of cannons might just end it. Oh! Pure down to 66%. And down he goes. Is his core into the abyss. And Lewis conceding. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the end. Team Eddie winning the competition 3-1 in this best of 5. And there you have it. Now that's well done. Alright guys, I hope you have enjoyed. I'm going to say shout out to the Waterworld team. Pixar crew, Dory especially, Dory and Bruce. Should I say Bruce especially, for putting this group together, and getting this tournament all up and active. Shout out to their newest member, Marlin. But it is them that this tournament has been run in their honor. I say thank you guys for joining us today. Shout out once again to Team Eddie for winning this match. And I will see you guys next time. So make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we've got more content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week. Next stream will be on Monday. Typically I would do a stream after this. However, we've been going for... how long is it now? 7 hours, and I need to do some non-computer related things. So we're going to have to hop off for the moment. I will be back online gaming later, but I will be in the Discord. I think I'm not likely to do a live stream proper again. We might do a Twitch only stream depending on how it goes. So this is going to be, for those on YouTube, this is going to be the end of the incursion content tonight. And I will see you guys later.